Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I guess we'll get started. There might be a few people still on their way in, and our clerk is in training for a while this morning. Refresher course for her. But my name is Glenn Cordelli. I'm the chair. Representative Kristen Noble is vice chair, and Representative Cornell is the ranking minority member. So we welcome everybody, especially freshmen. It's don't feel intimidated. It's always a learning experience, both in the committee room and on the House floor. And there's always plenty of assistance available to you. So I thought the first thing we might do is go around and everybody introduce themselves, give a short bio, why you ran, why you want to be here, anything you want to mention, but a short bio. Representative Selig, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Lauren Selig. I represent the town of Durham, and I am a former teacher of kindergarten, middle school, high school, and graduate students getting certified to become middle school and high school teachers. And I've also had a few other careers bounce around in between there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Megan Murray. I represent the towns of Amherst and Milford. Also, intermediate elementary education was the area that I taught in, and I'm happy to be here. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leanne Kluger from Ward 3 in Nashua. I have 30 years of teaching experience. I taught kindergarten, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and 2 different gifted and talented programs. I ran to be a representative because I wanted to help the people of New Hampshire become even better than what we already have here. And I'm passionate about doing as much as we can for the students in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Steve Woodcock, Conway, New Hampshire. This is my 4th term on this committee. I started off as a teacher in the high school level and moved to administration as a assistant principal and dean, and the principal in Maine, a principal in Massachusetts. It's been 12 years as the department chair and teaching faculty member at the college, and I'm back here again.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Muriel Hall, represent Bow and Hopkinton, live in Bow. I'm a 40-year educator. I taught computers. In recent years, I also taught math and special education. And I'm excited to be here. I'm a child advocate, and that's my passion. Thank you.
Patty Cornell. I represent Ward 11 in Manchester. This is my 6th term here, the 5th on education. I'm also a Manchester Library trustee and a Waterworks commissioner, and it's been so long I don't remember why I originally ran.
I'm Kristen Noble. I represent Bedford. My previous career, I worked in software engineering before I became a stay-at-home mom, and I come at education from the parent perspective. We had 2 girls go through public school for a period of 17 years. They're very far apart in age. So I ran to improve things and make I really want things to be the best that they can be, and I hope that we can fix some issues here the next couple of years.
Thank you. I'm Glenn Cordelli. This is my 7th term, all on the education committee. My career was in IT. And before I moved to New Hampshire, I was on my local school board in Connecticut. It would have been the 3rd largest district in New Hampshire, where I was. So I've always been interested in politics and decided to run. There were things I wanted to accomplish when I first ran. And maybe a secondary reason, My wife, several terms ago, sent out a fundraising letter for me that said, basically, please donate to my husband's campaign and help him get reelected, because if he loses, he's going to be home all day and I don't know what I'm going to do. So, so that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lisa Freeman. I currently represent Tilton, Samberton, and Belmont, but I'm formerly from Manchester and Boston, if anybody can tell. I am a retired 35-year occupational therapist, but more importantly, I am the parent of a child who's on the spectrum. I spent 4 years on the Manchester School Board. So, and my primary reason for being here is that we can find ways to make it all work. And that's what I think we all strive for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Tenza, representing Pelham. This is my second term. I came over from the Criminal Justice Committee. I'm a retired New Hampshire State Trooper. After I retired from the State Police, I taught in Lowell Special Ed for 6 years. Right now, I'm a driver's ed instructor, the Pelham High swim coach, a dad, so I don't know what I don't do. It's a pleasure to be on this committee. I think we're going to have a good time. And I ran because I'm absolutely crazy. But it's actually the people in town. I've lived in town for about 40 years, and they just really wanted me to represent them as a voice. Thank you.
And you did substitute on this committee several times last year.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Morse, Franklin, District 2. I'm a lineman by trade currently, but looking for different occupation in the near future. I originally ran because I saw our country going in the wrong direction, and sometimes you got to just step up and put your name out there and see if you can make a difference. So.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerie McDonald. I represent Salem. I graduated from Salem High School in 2022, SNHU last year. I'm currently attending Massachusetts School of Law. So my experience is less of an educator, but more of the student perspective, perhaps more contemporary perspective. And my goal is always to advocate for students to the best of my ability, particularly as it relates to special education.
Valerie, if I'm not mistaken, when you were elected last term, weren't you one of the youngest representatives in the nation?
Yes, I was last year.
Yes. Representative Litchfield.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Litchfield. I serve Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont. My experience is 15 years school board, and I served as a state rep 2020 to 2022. During that time, I also served on the education committee. Oh, and I have 4 kids. That's an education in and of itself.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Nato, representing Raymond. Been paying a lot of attention to, I guess, some educational part of it, but a lot of political. And my wife says, maybe it's time you should run. You're retired now. I'm like, let me pray on that one. But I do want to make sure the kids are getting a proper education and not going in a bad direction. I want us to excel. I want America to excel, and I would love to see New Hampshire really excel and be a powerhouse in the education department. And I want to get a lot of information from all of you, obviously, and I look forward to working with you all.
Morning, Paul Terry, representing Alton and Barnstead. This is my 3rd term. This will be my first full term on an education committee, having come over from Commerce, where I served for 3+ years. I am an ordained Presbyterian minister, 47 years. I'm honorably retired from active service to a congregation, which is why I can be here as much as I am, which is a lot more than I thought I was going to be when I was first elected. I am a economics and political science major at the undergraduate level. So I really enjoyed my time on Commerce because of the economics background. I've done a fair amount of educating in my career and enjoyed it. Love teaching. And I am looking forward to making a contribution here during this term, which will enable us. We've heard an awful lot about how New Hampshire is number one in this, that, and the other thing. And I would love to see New Hampshire become number one in the nation when it comes to education.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. And I think we're off to a great start because, oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see you sneak in.
Hi, I'm Representative Peggy Balboni. I serve Rockingham 38, which are the towns of Rye, Northampton, and Greenland, and I apologize to the committee for my lateness this morning. This is my second term. I served on the House Education Committee last term, and my background is I have a master's in special education. I've served on my town school board for 9 years. Curriculum committees, professional development committees in the Rye Public Schools, and also the budget committee. And I'm happy to be here again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're off to a great start. Even with the freshmen, everybody pressed the button to speak into the microphone, which is quite a feat for a first time. But I'm looking forward to this year. I think we've got a good committee, and there's a lot we can accomplish. We'll have a lot of bills. As most everybody knows, the committee was split into two this year. In the past several terms, we've had a huge number of bills to try and get through, over 100 House bills each year. So we thought it was best to divide the committee. We'll work through the direction bills are sent by leadership. Should it go to funding or should it go to policy and administration? So we'll work through that this year. We've already had 3 bills that we've vacated and sent to the other committee. We'll see if maybe there's a few more we can get rid of along the way. But I expect we'll have the majority of the bills. We have 36 so far, only 3 early bills. But we'll make good progress getting through them, and more to come, I know. I think that one of the things I wanted to start off with was the committee, and that we need to be civil and have respect for each other, and professionalism. I think that as an education committee, that's definitely where we should be, to set an example, and that goes for members, addressing members. And also the public, when they come, they're our guests, and they should be treated as such. We should refer to each other as representative, and whoever's sitting here, there'll be times when I have to leave to attend other hearings as soon as next week, and so whoever's sitting here is always the chair. Some housekeeping things. We have our own office as a standing committee. Office 205 right there will be our office. There are drawers for everyone that Committee Services has done a great job in setting up for us. And if you're a returning member, your drawer here is already moved over to there for you. Our committee assistant is Karen Davis. She is located up the last office on this side of the hallway. And our committee researcher is also the assistant director of committee services, and that's Jen 4 right in the back. We know how what a resource she has been to us the past few terms, and is always available for questions. About the office also, talking with Representative Cornell already this morning, one of the important things is that we've got the coffee machine set up. So that's up and running thanks to Representative Cornell in our office. And we'll look for someone maybe to keep track of the coffee machine to, in terms of supplies. So, you know, be looking for a volunteer for that assignment. And, you know, we'll set up a little cup, you know, so maybe you throw $1 in or something when you get a cup of coffee or tea or whatever. So that's an important thing for many of us. And in terms of that, they say no food or drink in the committee room. You know, water is fine, coffee is fine. I would certainly vote for that. And you know, food, probably not during hearings and exec session, but you know, a few of us might, you know, have lunch here in the room, especially when we're pressed for time. Some of the other things, the way we want to do things in the committee is that, as I said, representative is the name that we should use for everybody. Our goal is to start our hearings on time and our exec sessions on time. We'll try and get information out to everybody as soon as we can about schedules for the upcoming week or two. Representative Cornell has the schedule for next week, and we'll be passing it around to our side of the aisle as well. Since Monday is a holiday next week, we will meet on Wednesday and Thursday. Our typical meeting days will be Monday and Wednesday. The other Education Committee will meet Tuesday and Friday, and Thursday will be an open day when there isn't session for who wants to be the first to schedule the room. So it will be Wednesday and Thursday next week. In terms of cell phones and laptops, I know that some people, I'm sorry, go ahead, Representative Sally.
Thank you so much. Do you know what time we'll be starting on those days, just so I can block it?
Yeah, it might vary. I think next Wednesday we'll start at 9:30 and on Thursday at 10. But hopefully more like 9:30 as a standard. I know some people have ways to travel. Laptops and cell phones. I know some people like to take notes maybe on their laptop rather than handwrite notes, so that's fine. I would just discourage doing searching and so forth, especially during hearings. You want to pay attention to the testimony, likewise with cell phones, to minimize use of cell phones, you know, I think is proper practice. Let's see, what else? Public hearings. We'll try and start them on time. It's always a challenge to anticipate the time a hearing is going to take, but we won't start hearings early. They'll hopefully be on time, but I'm sure there'll be times when a hearing will run late and we'll have to have a late start to a hearing. And one thing in terms of the hearings, we want to respect the people who are testifying. The purpose of the hearing is to get testimony from people, to listen and ask questions so we know what their viewpoint is, but not to debate with people who are testifying. I'm sure we'll be doing enough debating in our exec sessions to cover that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes.
Excuse me, along those same lines, for those of us who have led such boring lives at times that we've actually watched C-SPAN and committee meetings, one major difference between the New Hampshire House and Congress is that when we question someone who is giving testimony, we can only ask one question. We do not have 5 minutes each to engage in a back and forth with a witness. And if we wish to follow up with a question, we need to ask the chair if we may follow up, so that for the benefit of the newcomers, one question, and then you have to ask for permission to follow if you'd like. So we
Right.
cannot engage in colloquies here or anything of the sort, just one at a time. Thank you.
Right, yes, and, yeah, everything comes through the chair. Request to ask questions of people testifying, it all comes through the chair, and then a follow-up question if you want, as Representative Terry pointed out. Thank you. For those freshman members, the way it works is that there are pink cards for people who want to testify. They sign up with their name and whether they oppose or support, and an approximate time that they want to speak. There might be sometimes, if we have a very busy schedule and a lot of people to testify, there might be times set up by the chair for people testifying. But hopefully that will not be too common. We want to hear all that people have to say and encourage people to provide testimony. For our clerk, Representative Margaret Dry is our clerk, and she is in clerk training this morning for a little while. One thing also to point out, there might be a time or two when the governor might come in to the room. We have had governor come in to testify in the past on a couple of occasions. If the governor ever does come in, we would all stand in respect for the governor when they come in. Let's see, subcommittees. There might be bills that we want to delve into a little deeper. We didn't always have the time to do that the past couple of terms because of the crush of the number of bills. So there might be subcommittees appointed to look further into legislation. And there would be a number of people from both sides appointed to the subcommittee, and then the subcommittee will report back to us. In executive sessions, that's where there can be some debate, and we know that we'll have some hot topics coming before the committee this year and every year. So we just want to try and, as I said, be respectful of everybody and not let emotions rule the day. This being the first year of the term, there are several motions we can make in exec session for newcomers. There's the standard ought to pass, OTP, inexpedient to legislate, ITL, or we can retain bills. If we want to do more work on the bill, we can retain the bill in the committee and have a subcommittee or a committee of the whole to address that bill and to work on it over the course of the spring and fall. We'll take or the House takes off usually July or August when we don't want to meet. But so retaining a bill is a possible motion as well. and then we would report back in the fall as to whether we want to see that legislation go forward. And there can be work done on amendments during that period also. The outcome of our exec sessions are reports or blurbs, as we used to call them. That's not in favor these days, but I still fall back to that. And these reports would be from the majority and minority positions, if so desired. The reports can be made and often are made by the person who makes the motion, but that's dependent upon the leader of each minority or majority as to who does the report. But I'm sure there will be times when we'll want to caucus, and it's fine to for anyone to ask for a caucus during an exec session if there's something that comes up that they want to discuss with their caucus. So don't hesitate to do that. The reports should be the position and not an opinion. It's not I believe or I feel, more in the order of the majority or the minority believes that such and such. Reports would get turned in. Sometimes there might be a quick turnaround in terms of when we need a report from you. But the report would go to your chairman or your ranking member. We'll have a list of the reports that are due, and so we can keep track and make sure that we get them all in a timely fashion. I hesitate to ask for reports the same day that we exec a bill, so I doubt that I'll be doing that at any point. But if there are any questions about the reports or report writing, see your ranking member or chair or vice chair about that, because they are really what influences people on House floor and go into the permanent record as if anyone's looking in the future about legislation and intent and so forth. The reports are key in that area. Let's see. Also, one option mentioned for the new members is the consent calendar. There will be times when we all 18 of us agree. So we will ask if consent is okay to be put on the consent calendar, and then there's just one vote in the House on all the bills on the consent calendar. But we did have quite a number of times last year when we had a considerable number of bills on the consent calendar. So it's nice when we can all come to agreement on a piece of legislation. Let's see. Is there anything else? Anyone have any questions or things that they wanted to bring up? Representative Noble.
I just, sometimes we can have hearings that go like pretty long. So don't feel shy about getting up to take a break. I would wait until the witnesses are going to switch and then walk out as there's a switch, and then come back to your seat as there's a switch.
And hearings are not mandatory attendance. There'll be times when you have to attend to another hearing or want to see another hearing, or can't make it in on a day when we have hearings. So that's fine. We can always watch a video of the day if we so desire. But for exec sessions, it's different because we want a full slate of the committee to be here to testify, if at all, to vote on a legislation, if at all possible. The standard that was put into place and continues is that if you cannot make it in for an executive session day, to contact ranking member or vice chair or chair the day before, so that we can arrange for a substitute to sit in your place. That's very important, and there are going to be those times that come up, and the office, each office will work to get substitutes for us. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. On the Criminal Justice Committee, our chairman last year, or the last term, said that if we were specifically testifying on a bill, that we were then not to be asking questions of people, other people testifying on that same bill. And I just wasn't sure if you had the same policy or if it depended on
Yes.
context.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, yeah, we'd prefer that you not ask questions if you've testified on legislation. Even you can remain in the back after you testify, but yeah, it's probably the best to let other people ask their questions if you've testified, because you do have a viewpoint that you've put into the record. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, if I may, if I ask for the follow-up now. The first one, Chair, in terms of executive session, is it your intent to schedule the dates so the public will know when they're going to be versus having them at the end of the dialogue? And I'll wait for that response before I follow up.
Yeah. We will put into the calendar the language that has been agreed upon in terms of an executive session may follow if time permits. But I anticipate letting everybody know when what bills will be exec. So for instance, next Wednesday, we will be execing the bills that we will hear this afternoon. So those will be in the calendar. So I'll try and do that as much as possible. But there also might be some days when we bypass a bill that was even in the calendar for executive and hold that over for the next week if we want to look at that some more. But yeah, we'll try and let everybody know when we are executing bills. And there'll be times possibly too where we have a hearing and based on the questioning, you know, I'll ask the ranking member how their caucus feels about legislation, and we could even move directly into exec session and vote on a bill that we're pretty much unanimous on, which I think is something we did last term as well.
One more.
Follow up.
Thank you. Different topic, however. The first time I was here 8 years ago, the protocol when we went to caucus was that you may recall that both parties left, so to allow the respect of the guests here. And for those who haven't been here, typically all those seats are full when we have a hearing and everybody stands out in the hallway. So since both areas are open, is it possible this year, as a courtesy to the people coming to witness the program and speak, that when we call a caucus, that both parties leave the room so the guests may stay here instead of standing in the hall?
I'll see depending on the numbers, but yeah, I had thought that for the most part we would do it the same way we did last year, and that the majority will stay here
Okay,
And
so that,
already, the office is a perfect place for us now that we have our own office.
that would be a no? The majority is going to stay in the room?
Mostly no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Piggybacking on the representative's question about testifying, and at that point, you shouldn't ask any questions. Would that metric stand for people who sponsor or co-sponsor bills that are brought in front of House Education who sit on this committee?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would think that if you're a prime sponsor, you would not ask questions of those testifying. Co-sponsors, if you're not testifying, if you ask a respectful question, really looking for information, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Sure. Representative Terry.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that there are at least 2 members on the committee who are brand new, first term, serving not only on the committee, but also here in the House. And so under the category of, I remember what it was like when I first began to serve on a committee, and I saw a schedule for bills that are going to be heard. And I looked at the schedule and I thought, all right, the first one will be at 1:30, the second will be at 2:15, and the third will be at 3 p.m., as in today. And that's not exactly how it went a lot of times. And so for your benefit particularly, here's the bad news. If the bill that we hear today at 1:30, the hearing is over in 10 minutes, nevertheless, we have to wait until 2:15. And I think that makes sense because people may be coming specifically to hear or to testify on the bill at 2:15. But here's the real bad news. And that is that if the bill that is being heard at 1:30, for example, goes on for 45 minutes to an hour or an hour and a half, that's what happens. We don't stop at 2:15 and then go on to the next bill. We hear everybody who comes, questions are asked and so forth. So if you're thinking that the schedule is the schedule, it's kind of sort of like the schedule with the commentary that I just provided.
We do have the option of recessing a hearing and then coming back later in the day or at a future date certain. So that is an option. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up, luckily I plan when I come here, I'm going to be here till 10 p.m., 9 p.m., whenever. So
I would say that you don't have to plan on those hours. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you for taking my question. I have 2 questions, if that's okay. One is superficial but important to me. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, and if it's no, I understand, but hypothetically speaking, someone has maybe never ever drank a drop of coffee in their entire life and not a huge fan of water or green vegetables. Is diet soda allowed
Sure.
here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is regarding the bills. I'm just wondering if it's possible for us either to get the printouts of the bills a week ahead of time for us to prepare, or even possibly, I don't know whether this makes sense or not, but let's say we have 36 at this point, if we even had them printed in the 3-hole paper punch. I know for me, I use, like you do, the notebook to keep them in. And if there are some of us that maybe they might get misplaced, you can keep it in your drawer in the office, just throwing it out there. But I'm wondering if we can get it even a week ahead of time to prepare, or possibly all ahead of time.
Yeah. Thank you. Good questions. I wanted to bring up copying also. You have some, I think, information from House Committee Services on your desk, contact information and so forth. Up on the 4th floor, they are happy to make copies for you. If you have an amendment or information you want to provide to the committee, you can take it or email it up to them. There's their email address on there. It's just ACS at, well, whatever the new address is going to be. Some of us do like notebooks. So I think a rule of thumb would be request 3-hole punched, and also double-sided as a possibility if possible. They're great in terms of making copies. And if you get off the elevator on the left, there are folders, they will put your copies in there with a little sticky note with your name on it. And we are also having the printer in our office set up so we can mail things to the printer for printing, specifically attachments to an email. You can email it to whatever the printer name is, and the attachment would be printed. So that's an option if required in a short space of time. But HCS and Jen, who is often here, are very helpful in terms of getting copies made for us when needed. Yep.
Back to the bills, they will be printed for us.
Right.
It's being worked on.
Right. The
I was so afraid you were going back to the Diet Pepsi, not the bills.
No, we have a number of bills left on the desks for us. When we see the bill online as available, there is still a lag time for printing. So we don't get them as quickly as you might see them online. But Karen Davis, our clerk, is working to get them printed and available to us as soon as they get copies of our bills, so that we definitely should have the bill available for the hearing. That should not be a problem. Yes.
Question, Mr. Chair. As far as when you file a bill, when is a deadline for final approval of the written bill before you get to vote to go to committee?
Like an amendment or
Any
the
of
bill?
Well, amendments, I guess, right up until the last moment, correct? But a final printout of a bill so we can examine it.
Well, if you're the prime sponsor, you've already signed off on it.
Okay.
Right. Or a co-sponsor, if you want to co-sponsor a bill, you have already signed off on it before it actually becomes a bill. With amendments, you would submit the proposed amendment to Legislative Services, just like submitting a bill. And I think they have a form now about with information that they want when you submit an amendment. But you definitely have to give them a time frame on when you need that amendment back. And then they will email you the bill. And that's when you could send it up to HCS to have the copies made. Yes.
So I just want to be clear, and by way of example, there was an email that that I saw. I think I saw. In any event, we have bills that are going to be considered next week. So if we want access to paper copies of those bills prior to next week, before we actually walk into the committee hearing that day, did I hear you say that those would be available to us prior to next Wednesday, next week? And that's something that's being worked on now?
I think we have hard
Or do we
copies,
just go
printed
and
copies of all
search
the
for
bills
these
we're hearing
on
next week.
Gen
The
Court?
three, the three that we have today, I think we have copies of.
Yes.
Right, and we should have hard copies when we come in. I don't know about hard copies prior, especially when they're trying to get all the bills printed. Later on in the session, it won't be a problem. But right now, when they have a backlog of bills to even get to printing, printing has a backlog as well.
Okay. So just to be clear then for everybody, that means that when we receive notice of the meeting next week and a list of the bills that are going to be heard next week, that if any member would want to examine those bills prior to the date of the committee meeting and the hearing on those bills, you would go to Gen Court website and you would do a search for those bills, save them on your computer or print them out or whatever. But otherwise, you would not see them until you actually walk in the room for the committee meeting, as the way things stand right now and have been in the past.
Right, and I definitely encourage everyone to look at the bills in advance, because you'll always come up with questions you'll be wanting to ask at the hearings. Yes,
I
Representative.
just received a text from somebody who's trying to watch this on YouTube and the TV is blocking.
Oh,
half
some
of
of the. We'll see if we can get that moved a little bit. Yeah, I'll check on that. Yes, Diana Fenton from the department. We will be hearing from about education law and our books, and has some things to present on the screen. So we'll see if we can get them to move the screen a little bit for us. Okay. If there are no other questions, we have 10 minutes until 10 o'clock, and we'll see if we can get the screen moved in the meantime. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I think we're ready to proceed. That's pretty much the best we can do with the screen. But I'd like to welcome Diana Fenton, lawyer with the Department of Education, and a great resource for us and helps us out throughout the year, especially when we would like to have someone from the department attend a hearing. But Diana is going to lead us through a little bit about education law and our law books, our new law books. I think it's the first time I've ever seen them on our first day of committee work. So thanks to everyone involved. But Diana, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. You all set the bar really high, and I knew I had to remember to turn on my microphone as I sat down. So kudos to you, because I always forget to turn on my microphone. And I also assume that because I'm an attorney, I'm just naturally loud. But thank you all for having me here, and thank you all for your service. I am an attorney with the Department of Education. I will be the first to tell you I am not from the field of education. However, I am a product of New Hampshire public education. I graduated from Kennett High School in Conway. The year shall remain confidential. And we just had a little group meeting over here that apparently we all have a connection to the same undergrad college that I went to that no one has ever heard of until this very moment, where I've met more people that have that connection than I've ever met. So my mom was a special ed teacher in New Hampshire, and when I called her and told her I was going to law school, her reaction was, "I don't like those people, and I really want you to be a teacher." So this job is really just to make my mom happy, and to thank all the educators out there and all their hard work. So I want to talk to you today about the role of the department. We present in a very different way than a lot of the testimony you're going to hear, because we are here to provide technical assistance. We do not support or oppose any bill, but we can find information for you. We'll go over our website a little bit, but we really are just to provide that technical support, technical assistance to say, this is how the department would interpret this. This is what the department needs. This is what the department can offer. And that's very different testimony from a lobbyist or a parent or a citizen that you will obviously hear from. And so again, sometimes people will ask us, what do you think of this? And the answer is, we have no opinion. That is for you to decide. But I wanted to go over the law books with you and just give you some ideas of how to best use the law books. They can be a little daunting at times, but I want to make it very kind of user-friendly and accessible for you. As we go through, please feel free to ask questions, because again, I'm an attorney. I like to talk, so if you have a question, please feel free to redirect me. So there's a couple of ways. First of all, everyone loves having the paper copy of the law book, but you can find the laws online multiple ways. And I will just toggle out of this very quickly. If you go to our website, we have the laws on our website. We have the law book reprinted on our website, and that's great if you like to just do the Control F. Yeah.
Excuse me, would you be able to make these slides available to the members of the committee when you're
Absolutely.
finished? Because I can't even see what's up there from my angle.
Yes.
So I just have to rely on my ear. Thank you.
Sure, we can do that for you, of course. Oh, there you go. Is that better? And you're going to be very good friends with Representative right next door to you. There you go. So we do have the law book on our website that you can find that, and that's a great resource if you like to do the Control F function. We are also going to talk about the index of this book and how best to use it. We also have the rules, some technical advisories on our website, but we will get into those as we go through this presentation. So it's very fitting at this moment that everything has seemed to have frozen up on me here. So give me just a minute. Oh, there we go. All right. And we're back. So we're going to start with RSA 21N. So if you want to follow along in your law book, you certainly can. What's interesting about the education laws is they cover an enormous amount of material that may or may not be relevant to this particular legislative session. And there will be times where you suddenly find yourself in a chapter that you have not ever referred to. And this is not the kind of book that you would take home and read. And I always suggest to people that's just not going to be an effective measure. The way to do it is to take the law. I know there was a lot of discussion about getting the bills ahead of time. I think that's a great suggestion because the key to success is to take that proposed bill and put it into context with the chapter. Open it up and put it into context and see what the bill is proposing. Is it adding a new section? Is it repealing something? Is it amending a current section? And put it into context with the bill and the law as currently written. So we're going to start very briefly with 21N. And 21N just talks about the setup of the department. Now, when the Commissioner Edelblut first started, he did a consolidation of the department. And so we had bills pertaining to 21N of how the department was divided, all the different division directors who most of you met on Monday at the Law Day presentation at the department. Those are all created statutorily. So 21N establishes the department and the duties of the state board. 21N9 talks about the board's rulemaking authority. And I want to be really careful in our language there because oftentimes we will say the department's rulemaking authority. But the department does not have rulemaking authority. It is the state board that has rulemaking authority. And that is a critical distinction between the Department of Education and most other state agencies. And it might sound kind of picky and nuanced, and I'm a lawyer, I get paid really well to be picky and nuanced, but it is a critical distinction that the rulemaking authority belongs to the state board, and we're going to talk about what rulemaking authority looks like in the proposed bills that you will be considering. And again, what we're doing today is really just a high-level 10,000-foot overview of the laws that we anticipate will come before you, and just to give you that familiarity. So as I go along, if you have an area that you want to discuss at more depth, I'd be happy to do that because this really is going to be a cursory overview. I want to point your attention out to RSA 18611. When I first started at the Department of Education, I had a wonderful co-counsel who used to just tell me the page number of the book because I was leafing through it and it took me so long that she would just lose patience with me and go, "It's on page 335. And I thought that was so helpful. I do that to Commissioner Edelblut and he says, "I can find the law, don't give me the page number." But for those of us who like the page number, it's on page 335. I find it very helpful. If you look at RSA 18611, this is a really interesting law because it kind of mirrors 21N9, the rulemaking authority. It talks about the duties of the State Board of Education. I highlight this for a couple of reasons. You will find sections in this book that are very close to being duplicative of other sections. But you have to read both of them because there will be areas that are covered in one that are not covered in the other. There is a reason the legislature passed it. So when we look at 18611, duties of the State Board of Education, I'm going to bring your attention to Roman numeral 9C, and 9D. And it's at this moment in time that I take a pause and think, I hope I just said that Roman numeral correctly, because every time I look at the Super Bowl, I'm like, I have no idea what number that is. So I think it is 9C and 9D. If I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. But every year, these two sections come before this policy committee. These are hot button topics. The first one is requiring the school district to adopt a policy allowing an exception to course material. And 9D is adopting a policy governing the administration of non-academic surveys and questionnaires. I cannot think of a legislative session that has not at least considered a bill that covers that law. Representative Cordelli, have you? There you go. There you go. What I like about 18611 9D, and I want to point it out for you. So now I'm looking at page 336, and I'm in the left-hand column. And I'm under the heading 9D. And as you look at that paragraph, I want to highlight for you that it is at the very bottom of the paragraph where it gives the definition of the term non-academic survey or questionnaire. That definition becomes critical to your analysis as a legislator, your work as a policymaker. And it's interesting because as we go through this book, in most of the chapters and most of the titles, you will see the definition section set out and set apart. And it's very clear what the definitions are, but it is not necessarily clear in 9D. If you're anything like me, you take your highlighter and you highlight that definition section. Because I can tell you as an attorney, having read this section many times, having written about this section, it always surprises me that the definition's at the very bottom. Oh, please come on in. Take your time. In this same section of law, right around in the middle of the paragraph, and I have mine underlined, they talk about the Youth Risk Behavior Survey as developed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. You will hear that term, Youth Risk Behavior Survey, shorthanded as the YRBS. And when people from the department come to testify, they will refer to it very quickly and succinctly as the YRBS. And I will share with you on a personal note, I think I spent the first year of my time at the Department of Education going, the what? I had no idea what the YRBS was, and people said it so quickly and so confidently, I thought, well, I should probably just nod and smile and play along. But I don't want you to have that same experience. So it is the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and you will hear it be called the YRBS. This is a very controversial hot button topic. Is that a fair assessment? I don't want to speak out of turn. Again, our role is really to just provide that technical assistance, but I have yet to experience a legislative session where this law has not been discussed. So 18611, Roman numeral D, and as you see, there are other sections in this law that also could come before you for your consideration. So we're going to move ahead to 18660. And this governs the Professional Standards Board. I know that last session, this provision came before this legislative body. I'm not sure if there's another one this session, but there might be next year. And I'm on page 344. And you'll see it set out on the left-hand side there, 186:60, Professional Standards Board. Very quickly, we call it the PSB, and it is a body that advises the state board about areas of professional practice for educators. And so it's used in our certification bureau to make those decisions as to what a certification for a social studies teacher might look like, or a math teacher. And from time to time, the legislature will have the opportunity to look at the makeup of the PSB. And I think last session, there was an addition of career technical education. And so that's an area that's always kind of growing and changing as the field grows and changes. And the PSB keeps pace with that and advises the certification bureau of that. Any questions as we're going along? Like I said, there's a very kind of cursory 10,000 foot overview. Special education, I know this was talked about on Monday. Special education is governed by 186C. And it is a lengthy area of the law. And we start on page 351. You'll see the heading of the chapter at the very bottom on the right-hand side. What I want to highlight for you is that table of contents for the start of the chapter. So it starts a little bit on page 351, but if you look at 352, that table of contents can be very helpful to you as a legislator. It breaks down all the various headings. This is a really good tool for you to use as you dive into special education law, because it sets it all right out here. And you'll see these little subheadings, such as alternative dispute resolution. It's bolded. You'll find it near the bottom of the column on the left-hand side. That's kind of like a little subsection within special education. You'll also find one for the advocate for special education. Again, another little subheading, but it tells you how the chapter is created. And it's a great tool to use. Couple of things to be aware of. In 2022, legislation was passed to amend the definition, making special education applicable to ages 3 and 21 inclusive. From time to time, there will be what we call cleanup bills or technical bills, where we have found other areas of the law that did not get this new definition. And so the department will oftentimes flag those areas, bring a request forward to say we need to make sure the definition is consistent in other chapters, in other areas of the law. That's very common, but we call those technical bills or cleanup bills. I know there was also the discussion about catastrophic aid. I know yesterday in the committee hearing for Representative Ladd, he said, I always call it CAT aid, and now I'm being told not to call it CAT aid. That is true. There's a legislative fix to address that. It is no longer catastrophic aid, special education aid. All right. We're going to keep moving along in this book, and in some ways we're doing this justice, and in other ways you're getting to know the complexity of some of these chapters. I would suggest to you, as a practical matter, these little Post-its and those tabs that I always used to ignore when I go into Staples could be very helpful to you. When I started in law school, these are great because they're going to really help you to just flip to the right page and identify what chapters you're working on as you go into your policy making. Career and technical education, CTE, again, I cannot imagine a legislative session where there is not a proposed bill on CTE. So 188E is the chapter that governs career and technical education.
I'll just note that most of the CTE bills will be going to the other committee. That is one of their areas of responsibility. but it's still good to be able to refer to it back here for us.
We talked a little bit about rulemaking. Rulemaking can only be done if it is granted legislatively. So when the legislature wants the department to create rules, and the way I describe the difference between a statute and the rules is that the statute is kind of the framework of the house, if you will, right? It's the framework of the house. And the rules flesh it out. The rules are the wallpaper and the paint and the carpeting, right? And so there's a big difference when you're driving to your house and you see someone building a house and you watch it over time come together. You see the framework and then you see the final product. And that's how I think about the difference between the law and the rules. And if the legislature wants the department and the state board to engage in rulemaking, 188E3 is a really good example of the language to use. So first of all, the legislature has to say, and it's right in paragraph 1, the state board shall adopt rules pursuant to RSA 541A and RSA 21 and 911. A direct citation to the rulemaking authority. Those are the magic words for rulemaking. But as Representative Cordelli and I have discussed in the past, it is a good practice for the legislature to also tell the state board and the department what the rules should cover. And this particular statute does a really good job with that because it states the rules shall include criteria which guarantee potential send-in districts an opportunity to enroll students. It gets into the detail of what the legislature is directing the state board and the department to do rulemaking on. And that is going to make for a very effective rulemaking. There have been other instances where the rulemaking authority is listed pursuant to 541A, rulemaking as it pertains to this chapter. That's very general. That's very generic. And it might not produce what the legislative body is hoping it will produce. The more detail that can be given, I think the better the product will be. And so I highlight that for this committee because I think this is a really great example of using that rulemaking authority. So as you consider these bills, keep that in the back of your mind. Is rulemaking necessary? Are the directions clear as to what this rulemaking should cover? Or is rulemaking necessary? Do we want to give the department more direction as to what this should look like? The other area in this particular chapter that I want to highlight for you is on page 432. That page number reference thing seems to be working quite well. I think I like that. I might have started a trend here. So at the bottom on the left-hand side, 188E8, I'm going to highlight this for you. You'll see some language in italics and brackets. Anytime something is in italics and brackets in the world of law, it's really important, right? There was a joke in law school once that in your normal life you don't read footnotes, but in law school you do. It's kind of the same thing here. take a look at that language, and it's telling you that this particular provision is effective until a certain date and time. And after that, you have a whole new section and you find it on the next column. So depending on when you're reading this, one of them is effective and the other one is not. And that can become very critical. Also critical when you see that as to when the effective date is. So when you're considering bills, think about when that effective date kicks in. We're now going to turn to 189. And 189 is a pretty significant chapter on school administration. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of key areas. 189:11, which is on the bottom of page 485. But really you'll find it on page 486. Again, I cannot think of a legislative session that did not consider 189:11, instruction in national and state history, government, and civics. I would be surprised if there was not another bill put forward. That is an area that is always up for debate, and this legislative body often will look at that, address some areas that need some technical fixes, or add to that section. The department also does, and we'll take a look at this, but we do a lot of technical advisory as the laws change, and this is an area that we will often draft and release technical advisories on. I also want to bring your attention to 189:13A, and you're going to find that on page 491. There's three areas to be aware of here. There's 189:13A, B, and C. As we said, 189:13A is on page 491. 189:13B is on 495, and 189:13C is also on the very bottom of that page. 189:13A talks about employment and background checks for teachers and volunteers in school districts, charter schools, public academies, non-publics. That deals with employment. So when an educator is hired by a school district, they are subject to a criminal background check. And according to this chapter, the school district reviews that criminal history record. There are a list of criminal offenses that would prohibit someone from working as an educator anywhere in this state. Those offenses are found on the bottom of page 492 in section 5, Roman numeral 5 of this provision. Because of the placement in Roman numeral 5, the shorthand is, we call them the section 5 violations. It's not because there's 5 violations, it's because they're in Roman numeral 5. When you look at Roman numeral 5, those criminal offenses are all listed by statute number. They're not written out as to what those offenses are. I'll be very plain about it. This is not helpful. This just adds a layer of complication. I took a look at this chapter and thought, oh, good Lord, I don't even know what those are. So I wrote them down because I'm a big fan of knowing what I'm talking about and having the little cheat sheet. So I know somewhere, Jen. Yeah, you already have the cheat sheet. Perfect. Those are the list of all the offenses that would prohibit someone from working in a school statewide. From time to time, The department has worked with this committee to add to that list. I'm not aware of any proposed changes for this legislative session, but it is not unheard of that the department will come forward with that request. Interestingly enough, while those disqualifying offenses, and that's exactly what they are disqualifying offenses, a school district can take into account any offense that's on an individual's record. They have an enormous amount of discretion to say, what is the right fit for our classroom? What is the right fit for this job? That is in sharp contrast, however, to the department's authority when the department does a background check on an individual who wants a license to teach. And you're going to find that in 189.13C. The department has authority to do a background check on an applicant to teach. So that's either someone from a teacher prep program or someone from out of state who is now seeking to teach here in New Hampshire. The department will run a background check. And if that individual has one of those Section 5 violations on their record, they're not granted a license. If there's anything else on that record, the department does not have discretion to say, well, maybe we should still go ahead with it, or maybe this person's not qualified. We do not have that discretion. We leave that discretion to the individual districts. But these two sections, 189.13B and 13C, were created by this legislative body in the last 8, 9, 10 years. And the reason for that was we were recognizing that the department had to play a role in assessing whether someone should be granted a license to teach. And the decision was made that if someone wasn't employable, if they didn't pass the Section 5 test, if they were not employable, the department shouldn't license them because turning them out to the field was not helping the field. But that was a policy debate that happened in this committee. I don't want to glance over 189.13B. So that allows the department to do the background check for school bus drivers. You probably are familiar that we had and probably still have a school bus shortage. And one of the reasons for that was that they were background checked for employment purposes. That limited, and forgive the pun, but that limited their mobility to go and work for another district. And so we housed it with the Department of Education. They get licensed to drive a bus with the Department of Motor Vehicles. And then the Department of Education does that background check. The way that I remember it, 189.13A deals with employment, school districts, all that. 189.13B, B for bus driver, and 189.13C for credentialing. That's the easiest way to recall that. Those sections all overlap. They all reference the same list of disqualifying offenses, those Section 5 violations. But the implications of them can be very different, from employment to licensure. Any questions on that? Yes.
Diana, so if the department is going to do credentialing and do the criminal background check and find that they shouldn't get their credential,
Yeah.
they shouldn't be even getting as far as possibly being hired by a school district because they won't have a credential anyway.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the idea, and thank you for the question. The idea was that the department was not doing a background check historically. And so they would license the individual, not run the background check, and then that person would apply to a school district, and the school district would then find out, well, they're not employable. And so as a policy matter, the department came before this legislative body and said, we would like to change that moving forward policy-wise. The department did not want to license individuals who were unemployable. We didn't see that as a benefit to the districts. However, there was a lot of policy debate as to what role the department would play in that. And the decision ultimately was that the department was stuck with those, not stuck with, but could only run for and check for the Section 5 disqualifying offenses and has no discretion as it pertains to other offenses. And the discretion is left to the school districts. Yes.
Thank you, Attorney Fenton. Can you refresh me on the student teaching certification when the schools do that?
Credentialing applicants.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so thank you for the question. So that's governed in 189.13C. And you'll see the definition credentialing applicant versus candidate. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but the history of it, and I think this is what you're referencing, is there was a time where, if we say St. Anselm's College, St. A's, they would have a teacher prep program. And they would background check the students, and then those students, as part of that teacher prep program, would go into a multitude of schools around the districts for observation or hands-on work. Anything in this area that deals with criminal background checks doesn't just fall within the purview of the Department of Education. There is significant overlap with the Department of Safety. And you'll recall that from prior legislative years, where I will testify and then someone with a badge and a gun and a really cool hat will come and testify from the Department of Safety. There's overlap, and the reason there's overlap is the Department of Education does not have, we don't have access to, nor do we house an individual's criminal record. That information is exclusively with the Department of Safety. What happened with the teacher prep programs is the Department of Safety was told by the FBI, you cannot release the federal background checks to a non-governmental entity. That was the history. That's what kind of caused the snag here, because St. A's is private. And while they could get an individual state record, the New Hampshire record, they could not get that federal background check. And without the federal background check, that's a big piece of information that might be missing, some critical information. So when the department looked at this and worked with our partners at the Department of Safety, we realized that we are a governmental entity. We can receive the federal background check. And so we worked with the teacher prep programs to say we will take on that role. We can background check these individuals, and then they can participate in this program and go into this various schools. Now, the individual schools can also say, we would like a background check. That's well within their right. But that's kind of the history. It's probably, you're probably recalling it as we're going through it.
Thank you.
But that's the issue there. So anything that deals with this area, the department cannot speak to this issue alone, because the Department of Safety has to have a voice in that. Right? Anything with background checks. And we found that as well with doing a background check on educational surrogates. And educational surrogates are part of special ed law. So we go back to 186C. We're in a whole different chapter, and yet we still have to work with the Department of Safety to say, how do we background check, successfully background check our educational surrogates? What's so interesting as you look at this law book is the inherent crossover with all these different areas of the law. So you look at them in an island a little bit, but the reality is there's just inherent crossover. I think that's fascinating, but that's probably why no one hangs out with me. So there you go. I think it's cool. Just as a little side note, legislatively, some of the things the department has successfully worked with this body to do is the department also now, before it issues a license to an individual to teach, the department does a check of the New Hampshire DCYF, Division of Children, Youth, and Families, their central registry, to make sure that individual does not have a finding of abuse, not neglect, but just abuse. That was a policy determination that the department in this legislative body, if an individual had a finding of abuse by DCYF, the decision was made that the Department of Education was not to license that individual and provide them access to children. But that was a legislative decision, and that is found in the laws. Additionally, there is a MOU, which is a Memorandum of Understanding, and that's a very common term in state government. MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding. The Department of Education has a number of MOUs with DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services, because there's an enormous amount of crossover between Department of Education and DHHS. But more to the point, the Department of Education wanted to expand the ability to check the central registry. We wanted to be able to check in Massachusetts. It is no secret that there's a lot of crossover. Employment-wise, New Hampshire sends a lot of educators to Massachusetts and vice versa. So we worked with this legislative body to create a law that allows the department, within the parameters of an MOU, to check the Massachusetts Central Registry. They call their division DCF, Division Children and Families, just a little different vernacular than in New Hampshire. But those were all done legislatively, working with the department and this legislative body. Any questions on this area? Because it can get very complex very quickly. Again, very quickly, this is the 10,000-foot overview, just based on my experience in working with Representative Cordelli as to the areas we believe you will see with the bills that are coming before you. Is 193.3. And 193.3 is on page 537. And it's change of school or assignment, and it's called Best Interest of Student. That's the title of it. But when you read through it, it's best interest and manifest educational hardship. And that term, manifest educational hardship, is a critical term to know. It's interesting that it's not in the title of the bill, but that's what this law really talks about. And it is a rare occasion when this legislative body does not consider 193.3. 193.3 has been looked at, worked on, and expanded over the years quite a bit. It is worth taking a look at 193.3. I will never be an advocate for anyone taking this book home and reading it cover to cover. That's just not a good use of your time. The only person who does that is me. But I would suggest, prior to considering a bill that amends 193.3, that you read over 193.3. It's worth looking at what it covers and what it says, because it has been changed quite a bit. But when you hear that term, manifest educational hardship, and it's a common term, they're referring to 193.3, even though it's not in the title. While we're in this chapter, it's also worth just highlighting for your reference 193.13, which is the suspension and expulsion of pupils. This is not an area that's addressed all the time by this legislative body, but I do recall a few sessions ago that there was an amendment to 193.13. It's a very complex area, and I just flag it for your attention on the off chance that it is brought before you in a proposed bill. (193F) which is on page 600. This is commonly referred to as the bullying law. Every November, the Department of Education reports out to the state board and then the legislative body instances of bullying and restraint and seclusion. And so there's a board meeting every November where the department will present those numbers to the state board, and then we compile the report and we present it to the general court. That information is all on our website, but we look at those two areas, restraint and seclusion and bullying. And I know there was some discussion and some questions about what the department reports out and if we can kind of refine what the department is reporting on. We did see, I believe, instances of bullying in middle school go up. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think there is a proposed bill that will seek to amend 193F. So this chapter, 193F, pupil safety and violence prevention, probably worth flagging. You will be just looking at that. And again, you know, when you get that proposed bill, it's great to put it into context with the entire chapter and look at what that proposed bill is seeking to do. Is it adding another provision? Is it amending something? Is it repealing a provision? Is it amending a definition? And if it amends a definition, how does that new definition in context, how is that going to play out in the rest of the chapter? Are there other cross references to be aware of? When you look at the definitions, it's interesting that every section will have a different definition. And when I first started with the Department of Education, I found it interesting, if not frustrating, that there are different definitions of student depending on what section of the law you're looking at. There could be times where you want to be, this legislative body wants to be consistent in the terminology. There have been areas where we're very inconsistent with the terminology. Teacher versus educator, that's a very common one. So think about, as you consider these policy matters and consider these proposed bills, that consistency in terminology. I'm going to turn your attention to 194B, and then with Representative Cordelli's permission, we'll just take a quick 5-minute break. But 194B is chartered public schools. I know there was a lot of discussion on Monday about home education and chartered public schools. You're going to find Chapter 194B on page 633. I want to highlight for your consideration and attention 194B1A, which is the statement of purpose, and also 194B3. And if I may, I'll read to you directly from 194B3. And it says, except as otherwise provided in law, chartered public schools shall be fully exempt from state laws and rules which otherwise apply to public or non-public schools or local school boards or districts. It has similar language in the purpose statement, 194B1A. Roman numeral 5, exempt charter schools from state statutes and rules other than where specified. So what does that mean? It means that as you are considering other laws that amend other chapters, if it is the intent of this legislative body to have that law be applicable to charter schools, it has to state that. It has to explicitly state it. If it doesn't explicitly state it, 194B says charter schools are exempt because the assumption is the legislative body wrote it the way they wanted it to read. And so when you look at things like, we're going to flip back here, 189.13A, it states charter schools. And it states charter schools because the legislative body wanted the background checks to apply equally to charter schools. That's why you have to list those things out. And when I say you, please, I don't mean it in a dismissive, derogatory sense. I'm trying to say legislative body as much as I can, but I want to highlight the importance of that. So these are things to consider as you think about these bills, debate these bills, and ultimately write them. Who is it applicable to? Because when you look at 189.13A, and you look at how it's written, and this is again the background check for employment, you read through paragraph 1 and it lists out all these different schools. When I first read it, I thought there's got to be a way to consolidate it. It's not written very well, to be honest with you, and I can say that because I wrote a lot of it. It's not written very well. It's very verbose. But there's a reason for that, because the legislature wanted to say this is applicable to all these different entities. And that's why I highlight that for you on 194B. I have not found another provision that exempts in that fashion. So again, this is very much a kind of 10,000-foot overview. Other areas that Representative Cordelli and I wanted you to just be aware of is 189.66.
Ms. Fenton, if I could just mention, I believe that there, you mentioned the charter school chapter 194B.
Yes.
And I think that there are people within the department who are looking to try and reword 94B because it can be quite confusing between the types of charter schools and how they are authorized and so forth. So there is that attempt to go on, and just know that you have to read 194B carefully if you're looking to do any research there or drafting of new legislation.
Yes. So very quickly, 189.66, which is the data inventory and policies, you're going to find that on page 522. Home education, which I know was discussed on Monday, is chapter 193A. And you're going to find that on page 564. And very briefly, I'll just draw your attention on page 565 to RSA 193A3, which is that rulemaking provision. Here it's set out in its own subheading, its own law. The State Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to, again, those magic words, those legislative magic words that give the state board and the department rulemaking authority, and tells the department what the rulemaking should cover. It's interesting that in this particular chapter, the rulemaking is its own statute. There's so many different ways to do it. You can include it in a provision, you can make it its own provision, but these are just some examples as you begin your process of legislating and policy making of how to structure it. So I just highlight these for you. RSA 194D is open enrollment schools. And you're going to find that on page 663. And RSA 195 are cooperatives. I only chuckle because Representative Cordelli is grinning at me as we talk about RSA 195, cooperative school districts. There's an enormous amount of history as we look at cooperatives. There have been study committees created legislatively that have looked at this issue. Typically, when 195 cooperative schools are brought up, it's really important to recognize the history of them. It's worth bringing in the School Boards Association or another attorney who really has worked very closely with cooperatives. There's been a lot of frustration as to how the law is written and how schools can successfully withdraw from cooperatives. But when we look at cooperatives, there are times where just understanding kind of the how did we get here is pretty critical. And I think this is one of those areas. Representative Cordelli, I hope I didn't speak out of turn. But it is just a really complex area. I know historically one of the conversations has been about what role the State Board of Education plays with cooperatives. When a cooperative is formed and when they are dissolved, it goes before the state board. But I know from my work at the department, the question has always been, and then what? What does the state board do? What role does the state board play? And so these are some policy considerations to think about when you look at Chapter 195. And I would be so bold as to say it is worth getting the history lesson on cooperatives. Certainly can't come from me, but there are other attorneys who have come before this board and would be willing to do so again, who would explain that. And it's worth taking the time to really understand the nature of cooperatives. Two other areas that they won't necessarily come before this committee, but it's worth being aware of. RSA 191A is New Hampshire's right to know law. Right? We're familiar with FOIA, which is the federal version. In New Hampshire, it's 91A. You will find 91A in this book. There have been times where I was just laughing at myself because I was flipping the pages. As I said, you'll find 91A in this book, and I wasn't finding 91A in this book. I was like, I hope you find 91A in this book. And you do. Luckily, you find it near the beginning of the book. And I'll get you the page number. We all seem to like that. But right to know is its own chapter. And it begins on page 20. Oh, page 16. It's its own chapter. And I bring it to your attention, one, because we often reference right to know. It's worth looking at that chapter and what it covers. And be mindful that there have been policy debates as to whether or not this should be applicable, right to know 91A. It has its own chapter. So just be mindful of that cross-reference. It always makes me nervous when the right to know law is referenced somewhere else. It does have its own chapter. So just be mindful of that. It might already be exempt under the committee, but restraint and seclusion obviously affects public schools. I think it's worth knowing the chapter 126U. That is also an area that will often get amended. And I want to highlight something for your attention on 126U. (126U) is found on page 88. That's the beginning of the chapter. But when we look on page 89, there are two definitions that I want to bring to your attention. I want to bring it to your attention for a couple of reasons. I understand as a policy matter, this subject is handled by a different committee. But this topic affects education and schools. It's worth noting. And I also want to identify for you that when we look at the definition of the term restraint, and you'll find that on page 89 in that left-hand column down near the bottom. The definition goes on quite a bit, and it's broken into these subparts. But what I find fascinating about the restraint and seclusion law is it's the only area that I've identified that the definition also talks about what is not restraint. That's an interesting way to create a definition. So you have a definition of what that term means, but when you look at the top of the column on the right-hand side, in subsection E, it says restraint shall not include the following. They do the same thing for the term seclusion. And as I work in restraint and seclusion, I've never seen a definition written that way. I just found it fascinating. Again, another reason nobody hangs out with me. I get it, but I found that fascinating. So as you do your work as policymakers, think about how you can craft these definitions. There might be times where you need to talk about what is not covered by the term. The only area I found it is here in 126U, restraint and seclusion, defining what it is and what it isn't. And I think it's a really interesting way to approach a very complicated topic. But it gives a lot of direction to the field. So again, I highlight it, not that you're going to work on 126U, but given the work that you do in education, it's certainly worth knowing that restraint and seclusion is housed in 126U. Representative Cordelli, with your permission, if we could take a 5-minute break, are you okay with that?
That's great. Yes, good idea. So we'll come back at quarter after. If everyone could take their seats, I think we're about ready to reconvene.
I fell for it. All right. Well, then I set the bar really low because I forgot to turn on my microphone. So now when everyone else does it, you can just blame it on me. So, all right. I'll draw your attention back. I appreciate your patience as we go through this. So you each have a booklet of the Code of Conduct. I want to highlight it for your attention because it probably will be something that you're discussing or at least referencing as you go through your policy making role. If you look at page 12 of your statute book, those of you who closed your books, no, you failed the test. We gotta always have the books open. If it makes you feel better, I actually drive around with a copy of the books in my car, which again is why nobody in Amherst or Milford hangs out with me, right? There you go. So I have a copy on my desk and a copy in my car at all times. So, good times, huh? But that's how important they are, and this is really the key to your policymaking success. So if you look at page 12, on the right-hand column, there was a bill passed back in 2018, 2019, and it provided for, and you're going to see it in subsection C1, the establishment and enforcement of a code of ethics and code of conduct for licensed certified educational personnel. And then it sets forth these 4 principles. That is the code of conduct. That is the establishment legislatively of the code of conduct. It was a directive to the Department of Education. You are to write the code of conduct. I highlight the code of conduct because I think it's a great example of the legislature setting out the groundwork. Here's what we want it to cover. We want it to have these 4 principles. And the department and the state board is going to enter into rulemaking to flush out what those principles look like. I go back to my example of the framework of the house and then the wallpaper and the paint and the appliances. This is a really great example of it. This is the law. This was a bill that was brought forward to this committee and debated and passed. And then this was created. These are the rules. This is the code of conduct. It's not often that the department takes its rules and puts it into a little book like this. The rules can be found on our website. We'll look at that in a minute. But because this governs an educator's credential or their license, this is why the department created this booklet. It was passed in 2019. It has not been amended since that time. So I know it looks old, but it's still valid because it hasn't been amended. So when you look at this, the first section is the Code of Ethics. The Code of Ethics is not enforceable. It is inspirational, aspirational. It provides guidance to educators, but it's not enforceable. But on page 8, it shifts to the Code of Conduct. And there's a definition section. And then if you look at page 11, it goes into the various principles. And those principles were not created by the state board, and they weren't created by the Department of Education. They are based on the law as written. So you look at page 12, responsibility to the education profession and educational professionals, and it's mirrored right here. But what the rules do is flush out what that means. So I think it's just such a great example that the legislature gave a directive. Here's what we want it to cover. And the rulemaking then really gets into the detail of what that means. So the code of conduct it's not an employment issue. It is a licensing issue. It is the difference between employment and licensure. And the department has this booklet and administers sanctions on an educator's license if appropriate, if there is a found violation of the code of conduct. And there are times where the code of conduct is brought up, proposed to be amended, added to, what have you. And again, I reference 21N9, which sets out that legislative authority to create a code of conduct, and then the rulemaking piece of it. So as you do your policy making, think about if it's an amendment to the code of conduct in terms of adding another responsibility or another principle, or if it's a rulemaking piece that wants to be amended. Any questions on that? Because the difference between employment and licensure can be sometimes complicated. A few other things to be mindful of as you look through this law book, and we'll stick with page 12 since we're already there. At the bottom of page 12 has a little highlighted section in bold, amendments. That gives you a very brief history of the legislative changes which have occurred to this section of the law. There have been times where I have gone through that and looked at how it's been changed over the years. It's a helpful quick reference. There are times where the amendments are so vast, whether it's a complete rework, that it's not going to be able to be caught in the word of the day blurb. It's just not going to be effective. And you might have to do some more legislative history to really find out what that prior amendment was, but this is a really great starting point. The other area that I'll bring your attention to is references to case law. You're not going to find references to case law in every section in the education book. It's very different than in the criminal code. In the criminal code, you will find countless references to case law. Not every education statute is going to be litigated to the point where it becomes case law. But there are sections where there will be case law references. And you can find one on page 13 where it says notes of decision. And under that very brief heading, it gives you a very quick summary of what the case is. And at the very end of that, it gives you the case name and the citation. So it says 2010 190 NH 727. That's the case name. You can find that case. I can help you find that case. We can access that case. Again, not every chapter or provision in the education book is going to have a case reference, but if it does, it might give you some guidance. So it's worth at least looking to see if it's there. I want to spend a brief bit of time if you flip to the back of your law book. It's worth becoming familiar with the index. This is the paper version of Control F. right? It's not as much fun. I like Control F as much as everybody else, but the index can be very helpful. It's designed, I think it's a little counterintuitive. I've struggled with it from time to time. In large part, you know, you're going to have, it's an alphabetized index, which we're all used to. But a lot of information is under the generic heading of school elections, school funds, schools, and school districts. And you're going to find that in I-44. It starts on the very bottom of I-43, but you're going to see how expansive that heading in the index is. So when you look for a particular topic and you're not finding it in the alphabetized version, you're not finding it as its own heading, look under school and school districts. I'm not sure why it's grouped that way, but there have been many times where I've been successful in finding it in that general area. So again, this is the paper version of Control F. It's not always pretty, it's not always fun, but it's a great resource. Couple of just other things to be mindful of, and we've talked about a lot of them as we've gone through, because I've tried to use sections of the law to really highlight these provisions. I didn't want to just drag you through the law book without a purpose and a direction. But be mindful of that rulemaking provision. I've highlighted a couple of examples for you. As this legislative body goes through its policy directive, be mindful of whether rulemaking is necessary, and if it's necessary, to use those magic words, rules adopted under RSA 541A, and then give the Board of Education and the department the directive as to what the rules should cover. And don't be shy about looking at other areas that we've highlighted and mimicking how other areas have been drafted. I think CTE is a great example. CTE really told the state board what the rules should cover. Code of conduct set out those 4 principles, and those 4 principles were used verbatim. But the department and the state board had discretion as to what those principles then covered. So as a legislative body, those are things to be mindful of, and do not be shy of looking at the areas we've highlighted and saying, hey, it was done really well in this area. Let's mimic it here. That's why it's all laid out for you. The other area that this legislative body should be mindful of is it's always at the very bottom of the proposed bill. I sometimes forget about it as well. It's the effective date. I will tell you anecdotally, here's what happens with effective dates. No one pays attention to them until May. Because in May, we're starting to wrap up. The crossover has occurred. We know what bills are going to eventually end up on the governor's desk. And that is when, as a department, myself included, guilty as charged, we start looking at, oh, when is this effective? And we need to be mindful of the task we are putting on whatever the school district or the department or whatever the entity is, when that effective date is. Is there enough time? Is there enough runway for the entity that is affected to make that change and be successful at it? There have been times in my testimony where I have requested this legislative body to be mindful of giving the department enough time to be successful in implementation. And so this is probably my own mea culpa, but I'm here to say together, working hand in hand, we can be mindful of effective dates, because I have oftentimes forgotten about them until it's almost too late. But it is something to be mindful of, whether it's going to be effective July 1st of this year, January, or, 2-3 years out. We've had one bill that I think it was 2-year effective date. And so the department wrote a technical advisory on it and had it ready to go. And then we rolled it out when it became effective. So it's okay to give, a significant runway of a year if it's appropriate. But that's something to be mindful of. Other areas of information, department website does have an enormous amount of information. It does have access to the rules, and we could go into the rules in more detail. The general court website also has the laws and it has the rules. There are countless rules that the department has governing almost every area of the section, whether it's home education or special education or CTE. All of those are going to have rules. And you can find those on the general court website. You can find them on the department website. Every year, the department does a legislative summary. So if you are curious as to what happened in prior years, the legislative summaries are on our website. I'm happy to provide those to you. We also have technical advisories. We do not issue technical advisories on every law that has passed, but any law that we feel the field would benefit from guidance on, or there might be some confusion, we will issue a technical advisory on, and you can find those on our website. So we talked about a couple of them. Restraint and seclusion, we always issue technical advisories on. Any changes to 18911, the civics and government law, we always issue technical advisories on. And if there's an area that anyone would like a technical advisory on, we're always open to taking requests, and we'll consider whether we can do that. So it's kind of an ongoing conversation, but the list of technical advisories goes back years. And so my only caveat is to be mindful that it is still relevant and still applicable law. I think that's all I have, and that is a picture of my favorite lawyer on the slide there. So I'm happy to take any questions. I'm happy to take a moment to go into our website if you think that that would be helpful. But I also know you have an afternoon ahead of you of hearing some bills, and I've never heard anyone complain of extra time for lunch. So.
Well, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Very informative for all of us. Any questions for Ms. Fenton? But we will see her quite often.
Yes, I have the cheap seats in the back, so.
Right. I just wanted to follow up with a couple of things. One, we're talking about the references and amendments that you'll see in there. I wanted to mention we also have Jen Four is our committee researcher. So if the committee wants research done, Jen will do that for us. But we each have individual researches available in legislative services. So you can go to OLS research section and put in a request for research for them to do, and they will do that for you. I had one request, I can't remember what it was for, but they went back to 1860 for me, looking at for information about legislation. So that's a great resource also. And these books are extremely valuable, as you have heard. And I guarantee right now, they still fit in our drawers in our office. I don't know how many more years that'll, before we have to get new drawers, but, they still fit. And I will also mention, we do have, it probably won't come to us, but for the second or third time, there is legislation to recodify the education statutes, to revamp them, because one example that Ms. Fenton pointed out was the change for the special education ages to 21 inclusive rather than to age 21. And we've had to go back 2 or 3 times to amend other sections to change it to 21 inclusive because they were missed. So hopefully The problem with recodification is who wants to do it? Who wants to go through this thing?
Is there any money involved?
Yes,
Okay.
not that much. But there is another bill to do that, and the possibility of some former OLS people to do that work. So we'll see what happens with that. Anything else?
And just very briefly, if I may, when you're looking at a provision, it's probably worth looking at when it was first passed, looking at that amendment section. There are some areas, as we've talked about, that are looked at just about every legislative session. And then there are other areas. We have a law currently on the books that was passed in 1929. But we are still held accountable to that law passed in 1929. And we had a situation recently where I think the Secretary of State's, I'm trying to find it here, and I'm not successful in finding it, of course, which is just the way of the world. But there was a law passed in 1929 or 1932, and the Secretary of State has to hand the department written constitutions, and we are to provide those. We meet that obligation. We had a citizen call us to say, what are you doing to be in compliance with this law? And there had never been another amendment passed to it. It's just been quietly sitting in the law book. And we met our obligation by providing that information online. I find it fascinating. And again, this is why no one hangs out with me, but the law says law books. And now the technology's changed so much that we can meet that obligation by doing it online. But it's just something to keep in mind as we look at that recodification of just making sure that the laws are current. And I would be remiss if I did not also just highlight for you, again, we've talked about asking, what is the proposed bill trying to do? Is it creating a new section? Is it repealing? Is it amendment? Is it amending? Look for, forgive me as I get up here, look for the strikeouts and the bold italics. That lets you know. So you can have a proposed bill that's many pages in length, and each section will be doing something different. So there might be a section that's repealing something. There might be another section that's amending, and you're going to see it with the bold italics. So it's you have to be really careful to just read what each section is doing, because I certainly have fallen into that trap where I haven't read it carefully. But those are some of the key things to look for: the strikeouts, and the repealing language, and the bold italics.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
We
I look
really
forward to
appreciate
working
your
with you
time.
over the session.
Before we actually break, Representative Snodgrass, we went around and introduced ourselves. Be glad to have you introduce yourself before we break.
Okay. My name is Jim Snodgrass, and I'm in Concord, and I'm retired. I was executive director of a nonprofit educational corporation called Second Start that operated in Concord for lots of populations that needed additional assistance. Adults that hadn't finished high school, refugees needing English as a second language. We had an alternative high school program for kids that weren't making it in the public schools. We also had drug and alcohol counselors out in schools, and we had a daycare center. So it was a fairly comprehensive program. I did that for 48 years and decided it was enough. So I was asked if I would consider running for the House, and here I am. Is that quick enough? Or
Oh, Melissa Litchfield. Oh, could you hear me? Sorry.
Brian Nato.
I'm sorry, yeah, you really gotta,
1:30.
yeah. Welcome back, committee. I hope you had a nice extended lunch. That'll probably be the last extended lunch we have for the year. I just wanted to point out that the Alliance for Charter Schools left off some information for each of us, so that should be on your desk. And we have our first bill. And for those who are interested, since we had a session on these books in the morning, the statute in question is on page 762 in your book.
Big flex, Mr. Chair.
And we welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Alexander, who has the honor of presenting the first bill in history to the Education Policy and Administration Committee. So welcome, Representative.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm quite honored with that distinction. Hopefully, the first bill the committee will pass out of this committee as well. That's the plan, anyways. So, for the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. This is my fourth term. I serve the town of Goffstown. I filed this bill on behalf of my SAU, which is SAU 19. They represent Goffstown and New Boston. I'd like to introduce this as basically enabling legislation that follows what towns can already do, which gives school districts the same opportunity to have voters in their community decide to appoint a school district treasurer instead of electing one. I sponsored it on their behalf, and it's my understanding I have my business administrator here to answer technical questions, but this is really enabling legislation. Voters can choose to put it on the ballot, and then that process can be changed if it passes on town meeting day. So with that, that's it. Happy to answer questions.
Representative Cornell.
So the treasurer is just the treasurer for the school district, because I know in Manchester we have a treasurer, but it's for every city department, so it's different. So this is just for the school.
Yeah, that's a great question. Currently, there's a school and a town treasurer. So this would just bring towns in line where they can both have the same opportunity to appoint a treasurer relative instead of electing one. So for instance, some towns may choose to do one or the other, but Goffstown, for instance, has two. We have a town and a school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify, because I got a little confused in there. So this would bring the issue before the voters of a town so that they would vote on having their treasurer be appointed as opposed to
Yes.
voting on the treasurer.
Yes, so this could be submitted by either petition warrant article, or the school board may choose to put this on as a procedural change, and then the voters will, on town meeting day, put an up or down vote on that.
Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I just want you to help me understand if you could. I thought right now, as it stands, you can have someone on the ballot, and then if someone doesn't run for the position or if they resign, then they can be appointed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, you'll probably be one of the shortest testimonies of the year as well.
And short and sweet and to the point, right?
Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Gross from Goffstown, the superintendent?
Business administrator.
Business
I would
administrator,
appreciate the
okay.
promotion, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you folks on the committee. I did ask, or we did ask at SAU 19, Representative Alexander to sponsor this enabling legislation. And I first want to say that I hope that this is perceived as a bipartisan, common sense enabling legislation. First and foremost, I want to thank Representative Alexander for sponsoring this bill and for being here today. Why is this legislation important? Simply put, and it was clarified, I believe, by Representative Cornell, that in cities, you might have one person, but in many communities, you have a school and a town treasurer. The legislation was afforded a couple of decades ago, which would allow towns the ability to vote on having an appointed treasurer. So in Goffstown, there is an appointed treasurer on the town side. But there is no ability to do that on the school side. And arguably the school's budget, the numbers of transactions are probably double that of the town, but yet we are challenged sometimes with respect to that, because there are times when you have to release payments that are out of sequence and you have to get a hold of a treasurer. The treasurer might be on vacation, et cetera, and it becomes a challenge in that respect. So I wanted to just also share with you, as I see that you have the books of all of the RSAs, the treasurer's duties is for schools is 197:23-A, treasurer's duties, and they are voluminous. And many of these functions are done by the business office and the business operations, and they're kind of reviewed by the treasurer. But the duties of a treasurer for a town, in this case a school, are massive. They are largely done by business offices or finance offices across New Hampshire. And the requirements and the accounting savvy, the finance savvy that is needed, I think it suits us a little better for communities to have the ability to appoint. Not to say that they will, but at least give them the opportunity. Give school districts the opportunity to have their voters decide whether they wish to have their treasurer appointed. So I think that's the nice thing about enabling legislation. It does give that choice to those communities. And again, I just want to reemphasize that time limit. I also want to stress that we have two very good treasurers right now. They do a really, really good job. I will also state that both of them have finance backgrounds and accounting backgrounds. That has not always been the case in my job. Okay, so I'm really blessed, but part of anything is planning for the future. And planning for the future, I think these jobs require people to have these skill sets. We're blessed to have two people that do, but that might not be the case in 1 year or 10 years from now. So that was it.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Terry.
Thanks. I'm not seeing a lot of other people here to testify today. I'm not seeing any pink cards. So I'm just interested to know from you whether you have spoken with colleagues in other communities throughout the state and whether you have some sense from them as to whether they would be favorably disposed or really would like something like this in addition to you and your school district.
Sure. I belong to an association. It's called the New Hampshire Business Administrators Association, essentially, and they don't lobby. They don't take official votes on legislation. I can tell you anecdotally in conversations that I have had with my peers that this type of legislation would be very helpful to them, and it gives them the opportunity to have their community make a decision to go that route. And I think that's all that this legislation does. It provides an opportunity for a community to collectively decide whether they'd like to have an appointed treasurer. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious about the impetus for this bill. Normally, your school district treasurer is elected by the body. Is your concern that the folks coming forward to be elected as treasurer aren't necessarily qualified to do the job?
I believe that if you look at the qualifications and the duties that are required under RSA 197:23A are voluminous, and they require individuals with a background in finance and or accounting to perform the duties as been statutorily written. Right now, I think if you ask business administrators or town finance officials, they will tell you that largely this is done by staff of a school district and signed off on by a treasurer, but they're largely done. When you're talking about massive bank reconciliations, I can tell you that our treasurers are sometimes 3-4 months behind, and we do them obviously 1 month back. They could be 3, 4, 5 months back. If you're looking about who collateralizes funds, et cetera, the business office sets those, not the treasurer. So when you look at all the duties, and I would encourage you to just take a look at 197:23A, and you'll see that more and more requirements dictate somebody with that skill set. And it also gives you the opportunity to, if you did appoint, you would be able to determine, does that person possess those skills? I can tell you from Goffstown, we have an appointed treasurer. That appointed treasurer also happens to be an employee of the town in their finance office, and that person is very well versed in all of the requirements. So it's quite helpful to know that and have that trust. If we're truly looking at making sure that there is accountability of school finances and town finances, this gives communities the opportunity to ensure that.
Bob, yes.
Just a follow-up to that. I think you kind of answered it already. So it sounds like what you're looking at is your example being that you have a person in the town office that has those abilities that now has been given those extra responsibilities. Typical, the treasurer in our school district is receives some sort of stipend. So you're envisioning perhaps somebody within the school district just assuming those responsibilities with a stipend.
That is not always the case in terms of if it is an employee of a finance office, it could just be part of their duties. There would not be any additional compensation. So right now, in the communities of Goffstown and New Boston, the treasurers receive modest stipends to perform those duties. In Goffstown, as I can't speak for any other municipality in the state, the person who performs the duties of treasurer on behalf of the town of Goffstown is part of their job duties. They are not receiving any extra compensation. You could make a very stretch argument that it would save school districts or towns money because they would not have to provide that modest stipend.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Could you give me a little bit of us a little bit of background on the history of why this was an elected position to begin with? I almost feel as though we're giving up a type of check and balance here. So I just want to understand what the history is behind this actually being elected.
Unfortunately, Representative Litchfield, I do not have that knowledge. I did review the statute, and it was first created in the year 1887. And presumably at that time, there were ledger books, and having seen the archives of Goffstown and their ledger books, it was not a ton of work to do. The amount of financial transactions nowadays would warrant it. I do believe that regardless of whether or not a treasurer is appointed by a community or the community allows for an appointment, or whether it's an elected position, the same duties and responsibilities are enumerated in the statute. And the checks and balances are numerous. School districts are required to have a financial audit every year. They have to provide finance and data reporting to the State Department of Education. And there are numerous things that communities do in terms of publishing data, providing records. So I believe, just me personally, that there would be sufficient checks and balances to ensure that there is transparency and accountability for an appointed treasurer, just like there would be for an elected one.
Any further questions? Oh, yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Thank you, Mr. Gross, for coming in front of us. In the event that this goes on the ballot and the voters have decided they'd rather have this as an appointed position as opposed to an elected position, would there be any lack of constituent services? And what I'm trying to ask you is, right now, as an elected treasurer, do they provide any constituent services, and would they lose any being appointed?
In my opinion, this is my 7th year working for a school district. I worked in the private sector for the 29 years prior to that. The two treasurers that I have worked with have not had any reason to provide constituent type services. in terms of if there were any right to know requests or if there was any, federal information requests, that all comes to a business office or a finance office. So I don't recall treasurers ever holding office hours or anything else like that. So I don't think there would be any loss, Representative Friedman.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for
All right.
being here today.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Seeing none and seeing no further pink cards, we'll close this hearing, and we have a few minutes until our next hearing at 2:15. So you guys are getting a easy day today to start off with. Going by the clock on either clock on the wall, I think it's about time for our next hearing, which is on HB 116, relative to reporting requirements for public academies. And we welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Rockingham District 31, consisting of Auburn, Chester, Candia, and Deerfield. I'm here today providing constituent service a few months before our bills were due. I went to visit the Auburn Village School while they were in a meeting, and I asked if there was anything I could do for them in this coming session. And in that public hearing, it was requested that I propose this bill, which is now HB 116. HB 116, basically at its core, if you look at the text, it just jumps out at you on the page where all the bold letters say Public Academy. And to put that into context, you already are aware, I'm sure, that we have RSA 198:4-Delta reports required, and that all of our governing school boards are required to provide some financial reporting and disclosure. Because Pinkerton Academy is a quasi-public, mostly private institution, they were not covered by this RSA. So what this RSA proposes is that we ask Pinkerton to complete the same sort of financial disclosure and financial transparency reports as public schools. So that was the initial direction and concept. In the last few days, I'm aware that the Auburn Village School President Alan Villano, who is here today to testify, as well as Tim Powers is here from Pinkerton to testify. And they've had, I think, a productive conversation about what the information needs of AVS and the other schools that serve that Pinkerton serves, so that the school board can access the information that they think they need in order to be able to negotiate properly. Mr. Powers thinks that all the information that's in this standard report is already available, but it's in a different sequence and format, and maybe spread over one or two documents more than what the schools are expecting. So I think they've had a very productive conversation. You're going to hear from them directly because they're here to testify. And my position on this is that if they can work it out to where the information exchange is done and that we maintain transparency appropriately, I'm happy with that. I'm not really pushing to expand our statutes or to extend our legal obligations to the private academies. But I do think that Mr. Powers is wanting to make sure that the data necessary is in fact available. It's just a difference of opinion, I think, on format. But I don't want to go too much anticipating their testimony because that's why they're here and they're the experts and I know nothing. So except now I've told you everything I know. Please don't ask me any more questions. But I will, if you want, take questions.
Would anyone like to take them up on
and embarrass him publicly, Representative
Hall?
Thank you for taking my question. Can you define what distinguishes an academy from a what makes a school an institution and academy?
So that is a great question. And
Okay.
fortunately, we have Mr. Powers here to explain it. I do healthcare, finance, and IT. I have no clue about this education stuff. This is the smart committee here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Cornell.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm confused about what you said. Did you say that if they could work it out themselves, you don't care if this gets passed?
I think at this moment, it's your bill. It, in my opinion, no longer matters. I'm just trying to give you the context. And I happen to be a believer that better government relies on fewer laws and that we have more voluntary compliance and people just get along. And they seem to be on the cusp of maybe being able to get along. That's my observation. They're going to come up here and maybe get into a fist fight. I don't know.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. I promise my question is easy. I'm just curious how many public academies we have in New Hampshire.
I believe the answer is 3, but there are probably 12 people here who can correct me. 3? Just 2? I don't know. I thought it was 3. I know Pinkerton is one of them, and they're kind of in my district.
Further questions for Representative Edwards? Seeing none, no one wants to challenge you any further, so thank you very much for being here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee.
Alan Villanueva.
Is that on or off? Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hosting a wonderful event here today. I do want to say my name is Alan Villanova. I've been on the Auburn School Board for 18 years, sort of a brief period of time, depending on how old you are. I'm a little bit taken aback by some of Jess's comments. Dr. Powers and I did have a conversation yesterday morning, but I never had a conversation with Jess, and my conversations with Tim did not end in an amicable solution to this. This is a big problem for our community, and you'll hear from someone else that we're seeking to a clear playing field for everyone, right? So there's 2 semi-public high schools, right? They're semi-private, but that means they're semi-public. That do not report where the tax dollars go to anyone. So we have stuff in our contracts. Each town has almost the exact same contract with Pinkerton. When we first went to Pinkerton, we were desperate for a change. Our school was attending Manchester schools in the early 2000s. After being kicked out of Pinkerton, we had to go to Manchester. Auburn's had students going to Pinkerton since 1818, I believe, is the earliest date. So there's always been a relationship, but through growth factors and whatnot, Pinkerton asked us to not come back. So we ended up in a contract with Manchester for several years. Manchester schools are sometimes difficult. They were always suffering from budget issues without control by essentially the school board. You're all probably well aware of that. So we were able to look for a new high school. We tried to build one, do other things, but in the end result, we went to Pinkerton and they agreed to take us back. And we signed our first contract with them. But the contract that we were signed was, we were hand given a contract that every other sending town has, and it was essentially take it or leave it. Well, we took it. Within our contract is a phase that every 5 years you can negotiate with each other to change the contract. We happened to actually negotiate this past year. We offered perhaps 10 items, and we were told no to every single item, including minor word changes. So that brings us to this. Despite the thought that they're going to provide us certain information, that they do not, they provide it their way, not the same way that every other high school in the state of New Hampshire provides. And coincidentally, every charter school. Don't forget, you should lump Pinkerton in as a charter school because charter schools are private, Pinkerton is private. So it's much easier to have the analogy that they're a charter school in terms of how the documents for the state would work. I've talked to the people at the Department of Education, and that's how they would use that information, is they would more closely align them to a charter school, because they don't go back. It's the form that we're looking for is about taxes, and obviously that doesn't apply in the same manner there. So I also happen to sit on a budget committee. That's always a great time too. When the budget committee asks what's going on, I can't answer them. We can't tell them where our money goes at Pinkerton Academy. It's not, it's not available to us to be shared. Sometimes, I believe, Dr. Powers shared a document with our superintendent this past January, but it's very general in terms, and it doesn't explain where all of our tax dollars, so we're talking local tax dollars, state tax dollars, and federal tax dollars. It doesn't explain where they go, what portion they go, where, and what happens. We're not interested in Pinkerton's finances in terms of how much money they have or all the other things. Many charter schools have separate foundations that hold all of their finances, but they still report. They still file this report. One of the things that's very interesting is that on the end of this form, I think it's an MS 27, maybe a 25. I apologize for not having that right in front of me, but that document at the end actually calculates how much it costs per pupil to be educated. It's an incredibly valuable tool across the entire spectrum, right? So I think it's time for Pinkerton to be brought forward to do the same things that everyone else does. It's just that simple. It's not a giant thing that they have to, they'd have to, there's certainly work in setting up the forms or the format of how the information is presented, but they have all the information. I'm sure they have, I know, let me rephrase it, I know they have smart people that work there, all right? They have a lot of good people within that staff to pull this off. So that's my beginning. No, just saying. In the state law, and I was trying to find it, I'm not a whiz at it, but in section 198, it talks about this reporting structure. The next section after that, that calls out the remedies if you don't do it, actually has public academies listed already. So I don't know when, I don't know how, but sometime it must have been pulled out. But the remedy section of the law already has public academies listed. So that's why, we looked at some things, and this seemed like an easy place to make an accommodation, was to just put this back in. All right. I talked about charter schools. This is about fairness, equity, and accountability. I'm as an education committee, you guys are going to have your hands full all year, I'm sure. There's a lot of things happening out there in the education field. And for us, this is about, again, we spend almost 1/5 of our budget is just out the door. We don't have any say on what's going on with that money. So we have a $16 million budget or so, $4 million. I'm sorry. We have an $18 million budget, and almost $4 million goes straight to Pinkerton with no accountability for what it is. And I don't think that that's fair to any of the Auburn taxpayers, certainly. I don't think it's fair to the people around it. I don't think it's actually fair to Pinkerton. They could be looking really good by the same paper by saying, hey, it only costs 13 grand to educate your child here versus 18,000 at these other places, right? But how they come up with their calculation isn't the same as what every other institution except Co-Brown does in the state of New Hampshire. So I didn't have a conversation with Jess about my conversation with Tim. We are by no means satisfied that, yeah, we'll provide it to you. I don't want to get into the issues that are not part of this bill, but I promise you, I have zero belief that the town of Auburn is going to be satisfied by them promising to do something. We need a change in this law so that we can just see where our money goes and how they're accountable to us as the people who are employing their institution. So I really do seek your help and approval for this. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and tell you what just didn't tell you.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question behind the microphone, or behind the speaker.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, are you speaking on behalf of your school board or speaking on behalf of yourself, just as I make my notes?
Sure, this is on behalf of the Auburn School Board.
Thank you.
We're all in agreement about this.
How many students do you have?
Roughly speaking, we have 300 students. It varies. As you all know, special ed is an enjoyable part of this endeavor. Provides interesting things all the time.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Hall.
Question. I'll ask the question again. I think you might have answered it. An academy, what makes a school an academy, that they're semi-private and semi-public? What makes a school an academy?
It's how they were created long ago, before the rules even came in. Pinkerton Academy's been around since the early 1800s, before there was such a thing as high school. So there are two, Co-Brown and Pinkerton are in order, I believe, your legislators, you might know better than I do, but they have to be semi-public in order to receive state dollars, because I doubt we fund anybody, no private schools here, right? Except through another avenue that I won't say. So they, in order to do that, and in fact, so Pinkerton does a really good job of a lot of things. I'm not trying to rail against their teachers, anything about that, but I'll say our contract isn't good. We can't do anything about it. It's a 20-year contract, renewable every 5 years. I'm sure you're aware that it's difficult to solve a high school problem in wide-ranging communities. There's I don't want to make this a contract thing, because it's not. It's really about reporting and the fairness of tax dollars that are not being able to be reported to budget committees and other people and local townspeople who are paying the bill. So.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I might ramble a bit.
Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. So if I recall, you say you've been on the school board for 18 years?
18 years.
Okay. This contract is for 20 years?
Yeah, yes, the contract.
So were you a member of the board at the time that the contract was
I was.
negotiated? And what I surmised then, you didn't really know at the time what was going to happen? Because you're not happy.
So when you receive this contract, we were very happy in the first year. We received this, and this is about contract now, right? So it's a little bit different than the bill, but I'm happy to share. We signed. We needed a place to go. They were going to take us. They were going to give us a 20-year contract. That's not what Manchester was doing for us. So as a community, we need to solve a problem, and Pinkerton helped us solve a problem. When we were negotiating the contract, essentially they gave us the contract that they gave to Derry, to Chester, to, at the time, Wyndham, perhaps. I can't remember. Wyndham, Hampstead. So that was the contract, the basic contract that we had to sign up for. It's a take it or leave it scenario. Within that contract, it says we can negotiate every 5 years, renegotiate terms. Well, we've tried to do that. There's no, again, we're in the contract. There's no remedy in the contract for anything. If they're in breach, there's no answer to it. The contract is not a well-done document, but it's not something that we can ask the state to do. All we can ask is for, we signed it and had expectations, and those expectations, I guess you would say, are not being fulfilled.
Follow.
When did you sign the contract, so I can know how long?
It's probably 2012.
So you're 12 years into this with 8 more years to go.
Oh, no. Every year, it's a 20-year contract, renewable every 5 years.
Automatically?
Yes, automatically. Unless we have to give notice, we have to give at least a 15-year notice to get out.
Okay.
So it's,
okay.
15 years is a good long time, right? Maybe you could build another high school in 15 years. However, it's not realistic.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
All right. Thank you all.
Mr. Powers from Pinkerton. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the time to share the information that we do share with our sending towns. I have a copy I can leave you with. I apologize, I only brought one copy, but I can certainly email the committee after an electronic version of this information as well. Before getting into a couple of specifics, just to clarify a couple of things that were just brought up with regard to state tax dollars. The education aid that is per pupil that is given, we do not receive that. The local education agency, which is each individual school district, receives that aid. We don't get the state tax dollars. We don't get federal tax dollars either. The federal tax dollars that we do get go through a consortium, through our CTE portion like that, but the state education, the individual per pupil money goes to the school districts, not to us. And then with the contract piece there, we do, it is a rolling contract every 5 years. They have the ability to, and the last time with Auburn, there were some changes that we did agree to and shared back with them, but they did not respond or agree to those changes. But what I'm here for is really about what it is that we provide. We are, Pinkerton Academy is an independent school. We were founded in 1814. We have 6 towns currently that we educate students that reside in those towns, because we have contracts with those school boards to provide the high school services for students that reside in the community. What makes us a public academy in this sense is we are an independent school, so we are a private organization, we're a nonprofit organization, but with those contracts to the school boards, any families that have children that are high school age that reside in there can come attend, and we provide those high school educational services for them. So we provide regular education services, we provide special education services, so we have students that come and they'll be with us until they turn age 22, so we'll provide those special education, the transitional services for them, and then we have the regular education services that for the majority and historically students are in high school for 4 years, they graduate, and then they move on to careers, the workforce, military, colleges or universities, whatever the next step is after that. So those are what we provide for our communities that we have agreements with. And by the contract we have certain financial requirements that we have to provide to these sending towns. By September 30th of each year, there's a financial report that we send to them that's based on our audited financials that happen over the summertime. And in it includes our tuition rate, the average number of students that we had for the prior years, expenses, and then the differences between the actual tuition and what was billed. And for the past several years, at least that I've been in this role, and I apologize, I didn't introduce my name is Tim Powers, I'm the head of school at Pinkerton Academy. For the past several years, we've issued a credit to them. So we have come in under budget and we've returned money to our sending towns, which we issue as a credit. So in the first billing of the upcoming year, we credit them that amount. It also includes an Appendix A, which is directly in all of our contracts, and in that is an itemized accounting from Pinkerton by program. So we have our regular ed, and then we also break it down by our special education programs. We have a resource program, an ACT passes program, and an NECC program, which are specialized special education programs based on the various needs that the students have. Along with that, we also, when we go through our budget cycle, my board of trustees approves the budget in November, and once that's approved, I meet with the sending town superintendents and give them a budget memo that outlines the budget for the next fiscal year. So this past December is when I met with them and had a budget memo that highlighted what the tuition rate was going to be for the upcoming year. What were the drivers? If we had an increase, many times, the world we live in right now with inflation and things like that, prices have gone up, so we've had increases. We have had some decreases in some of the tuition rates in our program based on the number of students that are in the program, what it costs to operate each of the programs. But in that memo, it highlights what are those drivers, what are the things that are causing our tuition to increase, decrease, and the such there. We really work to try to communicate with our sending towns about our tuition leading up to it. So by contract, we have 3 meetings per year with our sending town school boards that meet with the board of trustees, where we have information that we share with them. They're able to ask questions and go through it. And generally in October, we give them a ballpark of where we're at and what we're looking at for tuition the next upcoming year. And what we've done the past couple of years is in the weeks leading after that, I've communicated to the superintendents where we are as we continue to refine our budget and get to that budget number. So for this past year, each week I would just share what the percent increase on regular education, because that's the biggest chunk of all their budgets, where it stands and how it's been fine-tuned each week as we go through the budget process until we get to that final number. When the board approves the budget in November, that very next day, I share with the sending towns, this is what the tuition rates are, and then explain when we have the meeting, I'll go through all that information with them. We also do a couple of other pieces of things to share with our communities. We produce an annual report that kind of gives a high-level overview of things that occurred last year. So there's a financial aspect of it where we touch on our budget, what it was, what it provided, but then we also highlight different accomplishments of students. This past year, we've been in a building project, so we share information about where that was. New programming that we may have, or changes in programming, things like that. And we produce a hard copy that we share at the October meeting with all of our sending towns, and we also have a version online. We also produce two narratives that speak specifically about our budget. One's a look ahead at what's coming, and one's a look back. The budget narrative is a look ahead, what the next budget is, what drives the cost, our process, and budget information. This I share it in a letter to our community that it's there, it's on our website. Share it with our sending town superintendents so that they have that information that they can share with their school boards. So the information is out there. We're not trying to hide anything. We put all that information out there so that they can see these are the drivers, and they have the information if they get asked about the costs of Pinkerton or what's going into that upcoming year. The other piece we have is the treasurer's narrative, which is a look back at the prior year. So after the year's done, our financial audits are done, we take a look back at what the previous fiscal year was, what it held, what was our actual expenses, if we were able to, if coming in under budget, if we were over budget in any case, we try to be as fiscally responsible as possible, and we've been coming in under budget. I was close to the budget because we don't want to have a big budget and then just come in under. We want to make sure that we're being very accurate with it. So we also include the September 30th financials in that narrative that we share with the towns there. So when we post those documents on our website, so they're there for the public to see, it's shared out electronically for our communities, but then also shared there, and it's in the past, I believe, 3 years are still posted on our website so people could go back and look at it over time. As a nonprofit, we also have IRS requirements we have to fill out. We fill out the IRS Form 990, which is a publicly available document as well, that if you go onto the IRS website, you can search for that and find that information as well. So in looking at this bill and what it's proposing, looked at the requirements of it and the information, and from what I can see and look at, the request of the bill is information that we are already currently providing to our sending towns. So we just look at it as from the standpoint of it's not necessary in the sense from information that is being asked for. I think Mr. Villanova spoke about a couple of things, and we had a long conversation yesterday, and agree to disagree on certain things. And I think there's a place that we can move forward and to continue with conversations, because at the end of the day, we're very proud of the education that we provide for our students, for our communities, for our families, and at the low cost per pupil that we're able to do it. And we try to make sure that we're very efficient with everything and share and answer questions that our communities have for us as they're going through the processes.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. You did mention that there are 6 towns serviced by Pinkerton Academy. Does that include towns that may send their students there just for the CTE program?
No, so we have. We're a regional CTE center, so we have contracts with 6. We're adding a 7th town, Fremont, in 2026. So anyone that lives there can attend for the high school purposes. But we're one of 2 CTE regions in Region 17. Us and Salem are the 2. Yeah. So any high school student in that region, which would be Windham, Pelham, Timberlane, can also access the CTE centers. So the region is divided between the 2 centers. So primarily students from Timberlane will come to us. We have some Pelham students and some Windham students based on the programs that we offer. But those are students that will then come to us for those specific classes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Morse.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I just had one question on cost per pupil, like what the average is.
This year, our regular education rate is $16,308.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you identify at least one or more things information that they want, that you're not giving them? I mean, it sounds like we heard this stuff that you're not giving them, but your presentation just acted like you gave them everything.
Yeah.
So where's the disconnect?
I think part of what they're, and at least my understanding, and I can certainly be corrected if I'm wrong with this, is when we look at the tuition for the upcoming year or changes, is like what is constituting the change. So like what are some of the drivers to the increase in tuition or increase in budget? And we have, having those conversations, like when yesterday, Mr. Villanova and I had a conversation, asked about like a flat budget. And I said, the current year we're in, we're pretty much in a flat budget. Our operating budget for regular education from last year to this year went up by 0.14%. All of our budgets, all of our special education budgets and regular education budgets combined went up by 0.45%. And that was totality for all of it, for all that we do. So I shared that information with them. We share, what some of the bigger drivers are. And for I think for all of us, for all of our districts, human capital, salaries and benefits is the biggest driver. And we've looked to maintain competitiveness with our sending towns and what they're paying their educators and their support staff and the others around us, so that we can make sure that we're attracting top talent, top educators, and maintaining them with us. Looking at our utilities and other expenses like that, capital projects that we have, maintaining our facilities and our campus, sharing those information and that pieces with them.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, thank you for being here. The follow-up, two questions, the follow-up, if I may, on Representative Hall's question. My first one, is there an out in the contract so that students from Auburn or any of the assigning towns do not have to go to Pinkerton?
So in the agreement, and I'd have to look at Auburn specifically, I believe it's 90% would attend. So there is the ability for 10% to, and that would just be to attend a public, or it could be 90. Each contract is slightly different, so it could be 90 or 95%. The other percentage could attend any other public high school. If a student or family chooses to send their school to a Trinity or to Phillips Exeter, that doesn't come into play at all with those percentages.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Chairman, follow-up? Thank you. Just a follow-up to Representative Hall's question. So if I understand that it's non-profit, public-private, I get all that. And I understand that in your mind, you're providing all the things that Auburn's asking for. In their mind, they're not. Is there some specific reason why Pinkerton would not accommodate using the format that all the rest of the schools in the state use?
Our contract is very specific with the form that's in there, and we look to tweak the form that we provide to share information. Our districts asked us not to. One of our districts said, no, we need it in the exact form that's within that contract. So we provide it in that format. Appendix A is what it is referred to as part of the contract. So we go through that and do it. Looking at doing it a different form, so it would just be a duplication of work. So initially, like the first part of looking at it is we're already providing it. If we're going to have to provide it in another format, in another manner, another way, then it's just it's a matter of resources that we're then putting into to produce that document when we're already providing it in a specific manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. Did I hear that you have contracts with 6 communities? And if so, or whatever the number is, if you would tell me.
Sure.
So I don't have to ask for a follow-up. Would you indicate to the committee how many of the other towns or communities that send you students have contracts that are, I'm hearing boilerplate thrown around here as far as contract format. So are any of the other communities, have you heard any expressions of dissatisfaction or a desire to have there be compliance with what is being proposed here? Or is this, to your knowledge, specific to this particular community, Auburn?
Sure. So we have contracts with 6 towns. A 7th town is being added. So we have a contract with Fremont that starts in 2026. So we have 6 current towns that attend. The 7th is coming on there. As far as concerns or raising questions about it, I think every town asks different types of questions and different information, and that's part of why we've added in producing budget narratives and treasurer narratives to explain and to add color to the numbers. So it's not just the numbers on a spreadsheet, that there are the words that explain those as well. To say that all of them are asking for this, no. I mean, this is the first time that one of them is directly asked for that specific document that I'm aware of. So I think the others are, if they have questions, they ask, and I work closely with their superintendent of schools, and when they have questions about certain things that they ask me, I think we have good relationships and share the information that they're asking for in a timely manner with that.
I was just wondering if you have an idea on enrollment, total enrollment, and how many of those students come from the 6 sending towns?
Sure. Right now, our total enrollment as of our last report was 2,980 students, of which it looks like 2,923 would be from our sending towns. The other students would be private pay students that we accept.
Follow up, if I might. We heard about regular ed versus special ed. Do you have separate rates in your contract for students who qualify as special needs?
Yes. Yeah. So there are special education. So we a simple way to, and it's way oversimplification of it, is it's an a la carte piece. So if a student is a special ed student and the IEP calls for and their special ed team decides that that's the proper placement for them, there is a different rate that goes for them, whether it's the resource or passes, which could be addition to the regular ed tuition, or if it's ACT or NECC, which would be just the standalone rate that is charged just specifically for those programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. To follow up on Chairman Cordelli's question, you mentioned you have different rates. I know that there's also a different range of disabilities. It's kind of compound question, do you take all students with all disabilities? And if so, are there different rates according to the disabilities?
Correct. Yes. So the quick answer would be yes, but there are some disabilities that are we're not able to provide, which other public schools are not able to provide, other school districts, and they have them for out of district placements. There are different rates, but we do work closely with our sending towns. The NECC program was one that we added about 7 years ago, and that was in response to one of our communities that said that they had this population of students coming, and they asked if we could take a look at it and if it would be a program that we could offer to keep those students in district, to keep them, to send them to us as opposed to sending them to an out-of-district placement. So depending upon the program and the intensity of the program and what the needs are, there are different rates, because the NECC program is with us year-round except for like 2 weeks in August. The ACT program is with us for 11 months. They're not with us for basically most of them, not all of the month of August. So the different rates are there. And then based on the other 2 programs, based on what the needs are, and in order to meet those needs, there are different rates for the other 2 programs as well.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to your rate setting and special education rates, how are you differentiating the rates specifically with regard to parity in the learners based on the specific needs that they might have?
So it depends on so there's 4 main programs, which we call it our resource program, which is the most common. That's the biggest program of all. We have roughly 500 students that are within that program. And that would be like if we're thinking of special ed, that would be the lowest tier, meaning they would need the least amount of interventions for special education. They have a specific resource room where they go, where they get extra supports, whether it is about on executive functioning, or if their disability is math related or reading related, where they get extra services there. Within that program, the program is designed to meet those various needs in that capacity, in that level. So it's, even though there are various needs within the level, they're relatively the same when you look at whether it's the math, the executive functioning, ADHD, whatever that may be. The amount of work that it takes to meet those is relatively the same. So that's why the cost for that program, you can have a variety of reasons for the needs there, but it's all the same there. When you get into the other ones, that's when the needs become more intense, or more is needed. So whether it's the emotional support that's needed, or if it's different physical or mental handicaps that are needed to have services provided that go into those specific programs, and there's more time and more work needed, whether it's through speech, OT, PT, even within the classroom, the different life skills and the courses that those students could take. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
So I have my public school hat on right now, and I know you mentioned independent, so I'm hoping that you can just help walk me through this.
Sure.
When you mentioned that they're given the cost per student, is that just based on expenses or are revenues being shared with the sending towns?
So the revenues are being shared as well, with the fact that what we charged for the tuition was the amount of money that we brought in to offset that. And then the expenses were what it cost based off of the expenses for the year for those specific programs.
So may I follow up? So what I'm trying to understand, I think I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to understand is private schools different. They're going to have these meetings behind closed doors, right?
Yep.
Public schools, you would have these meetings out in the open. I was wondering if, number one, if these meetings are public, and number two, the forms that go to the DOE, I can't remember either if it's MS 25, 27, 10, I forget at this point, but that would actually disclose the revenues and the expenses to get to the, I feel like I'm hearing that's what Auburn is looking for, but I may be misunderstanding.
Yeah. So yeah, but I'll leave these so that everyone will be able to see what it is in there here. But on it lists it's on the expense side of it. So our revenue is the cost, the tuition that we charged. So when we go and look at it, we had our tuition rate times the number of students, that was our revenue. And then we have our expenses that would go offset off of that.
Oh. Thank you. And so I just want to make sure again I understand. So there are no other revenue. I heard you say the state goes to the town. You're saying there are no other revenue sources whatsoever other than the sending towns. So that's why it's such a simplified calculation.
Any other revenues we have, we fundraise and we do advancement efforts there. That the monies that are there, those are not expenses that are charged to the town. So that is completely separate. So there are certain things that we've gone out and we've fundraised for. We installed 2 artificial turf fields. We fundraised the money to install those fields. So that was not part of the tuition. So that was not part of our expense and revenue for those fiscal years that it encompassed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Friedman, did you have a question?
I did, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in front of us. So I also have a question about how you're reporting out. Seeing as you're a nonprofit private school and you're designated as a nonprofit with the federal government, do you have to submit financials to the State Department of Education, such as a traditional public school or charter school? And I'm curious about that.
The reports that we send to our sending districts, we send those same reports to the New Hampshire Education Department.
And may I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. So would they look like the traditional budgets that are submitted to the state DOE? Are they different because you are a nonprofit private?
Correct. They're different than, because we are a nonprofit private. So our format is different than what the traditional public school form would be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
I'm going to preface this with it may not be fair to ask you, but if you know, are the private school forms, financial forms consistent that the DOE requires? Or do they vary?
I don't know. I know the form we submit is the one that is in the contracts with our towns. That's the one we submit. I can't speak for any of the other private schools.
Okay,
So
thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much for being here and your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there the written part here? Can I leave this?
Yes, you could leave them with the representative at the end, and he'll get them to the clerk, and we'll make copies for everybody.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. You got any other comments? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Royal Richardson? Richardson, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Royal Richardson.
Press the button, please.
Oh. Like so? Like so. Good afternoon. My name is Royal Richardson. I live in Chester, New Hampshire, 18 Town Farm Road. I spent 19 years as a member of the Chester School Board, retiring from office in 2024. Most of that time I spent as the chair of the board, so I spent a lot of time working with Pinkerton on budgeting and financing. I did provide a written testimony for you folks, which I sent to the chairman and the vice chairman and the clerk yesterday. So I'll try to keep my comments brief. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. One aspect of this bill that I feel is critical is that it would require under Title 198, Section 198-4-D, that a financial report for each public academy shall be filed showing the summary of receipts, expenditures according to uniform classifications during the preceding fiscal year, and a balance sheet showing assets and liabilities at the close of each year. Each statistical report submitted under this section shall include certification signed by the chairperson of the appropriate governing body, the Board of Trustees of approved public academies under the pains and penalties of perjury, that all the information contained in this document is true, accurate, and complete. That's the same requirement that every school board chairman has to meet each year. This would bring the financial reporting of public academies such as Pinkerton Academy and Derry in alignment with the financial reporting obligations of local school districts in New Hampshire. As I mentioned, I spent 19 years as a member of and frequent chair of the Chester School Board. The Chester School District is one of the sending school districts that has a tuition agreement to send our grade 9 through 12 students to Pinkerton Academy for their high school education. Similar to Auburn, actually longer than Auburn, I guess, this is a longstanding agreement that's dating back decades, originally signed in the 1960s. To be clear, I fully believe that sending Chester students to Pinkerton Academy is the best option for our community, and in fact, I was responsible for negotiating a rewrite and a renewal of the current governing tuition agreement on several occasions. As an elected member of the Chester School Board, my charge was to represent our community's taxpayers and to do due diligence when authorizing the expenditures of any taxpayer funds. The Chester School District typically spends several $1 million each year in tuition payments to Pinkerton Academy. It represents approximately 25 to 30% of the district's annual budget each year to support approximately 1/3 of our total student body. Approximately 250 students at Pinkerton, about 500 students attend K through 8 at Chester Academy. The lack of transparency when dealing with Pinkerton's Board of Trustees on financial matters was a consistent source of frustration over my term on the Chester School Board. While a bottom line figure for the annual Pinkerton Academy operating budget was furnished each year in order to justify the annual tuition rate calculation, the details were usually tightly held by the trustees. It was only through persistent questioning and negotiating the specific details of the expenditures might be provided, but this seldom provided the level of transparency that is required of a public school district. Given that the tuition charged by the academy is funded by taxpayer dollars, it is an ongoing frustration for local school district board members that they are not able to easily account for how these taxpayer dollars paid to the academy are actually being spent and for what purpose. The proposed change under consideration today would simply hold the public academies to the same reporting standards as local school districts regarding the expenditure of funds received as revenue in the form of tuition payments, which are provided by local taxpayers. I do not see this reporting requirement as burdensome, but simply an extension of good accounting practices, transparency, and a true partnership with the representatives of the local school districts. To be clear, the intent of this change is not intended to restrict or change the Board of Trustees' existing prioritization or decision-making process regarding expenditures associated with their operating budget. However, it is about transparency regarding the use of taxpayer dollars supporting that budget. For this reason, I urge the members of this House Education Policy and Administration Committee and your colleagues in the legislature to support this bill brought to you today by Representatives Edwards and Moffett. I would also like to commend my former colleague, Auburn School Board Chair Alan Villeneuve, for taking on this issue and initiating these discussions with Representative Edwards. The adoption of the language in House Bill 116 as presented would clearly correct a serious shortcoming that has existed for many years. Thank you for your time and service and support of the education in New Hampshire. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for being here. And you said you submitted your written testimony via email?
Yes, I did yesterday.
Okay. We'll look for that. Questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. And thank you. I'm trying to understand here. I can see where you're coming from, but my question is, we're talking about they owe accountability to the taxpayers, but you've entered into a private contract with them, haven't you? It's your accountability is to the taxpayers or the 6 sending towns. And right now, am I understanding correctly that I believe the average cost per student is $19,000 in the state of New Hampshire, 19,000 plus?
20,000 actually.
20,000. Okay, and Pinkerton is educating at 16,308 per student.
Just to be clear, that's their calculation, not one created by the State Department of Education.
I'm just wondering if this is outside of the
figure you're
state.
using is calculated by the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah.
That's calculated by Pinkerton.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And actually, the cost of education for a student in Chester, I think it was last year $17,365.
Further questions for Mr. Richardson? Representative Woodcock.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The question actually is for you, I guess, or not the speaker. Would this impact Cole Brown as well, if this bill passed? In your perception?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Richardson.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That's all the cards we have, right? Yep. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Noble.
Since I'm going to have to do this sometimes, I figure I better rip the Band-Aid off today. House Bill 184, establishing a committee to study changing school start times, and I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Noble, Chairman Cordelli, and members of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee. I congratulate you all on your appointment to this new committee and look forward to seeing the work that you guys do. HB 184 was brought forward because of a group of parents that came to me in my district and told me about how they were concerned about how early their students, their children were waking up. And I know that because I remember having to get up at 6 in the morning to, if not earlier, to make the bus at 6:30 and going to class at the 7:30 hour during the first period. And I remember how that affected the day when you're a student in school and how that makes it significantly more difficult to go about the day when you have your first period. As I said in my written testimony, whether it's algebra or photo and video, those classes are significantly harder when you're starting so early in the day. So what I decided after researching this issue over the course of the last year was that a stick was not the right approach to this legislation. The issue is significantly complex, and there are, as I don't need to tell this committee, a number of complexities around the start of school, whether that be the student schedules, the teacher schedules, the busing companies servicing multiple districts throughout the state that start at different times, and the buses using those different school districts' start times to pick up people at a certain time. So this is a very complex issue, and moving forward with a stick by saying, here's a mandate from the state, you all start at X time, would not be the way to do it. So I proposed a legislative study committee made up of members of the House and the Senate to look at this issue, which people across the state are concerned over. You'll have in your email a correspondence from members of school boards from Nashua and Conval and a few others who I've spoken to about this issue. There'll be educators that reach out to you and students and parents. And I have a few parents and students here today that took the time to come out and speak to you about why they'd like to find a way to make their school start a little later. People have gone to their school boards across the state and have been told by their school boards, their school board members, that this is such a complex issue that it's one the state should study and look at before we can move forward on. So I'm here today to move that forward so that those parents that are across the state trying to make sure that their kids are healthy in public schools are heard. And I thank you all very much for the time that you have given me, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Wheeler. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. It's nice to see a fellow committee member from a previous committee in this room. So I'm curious about your comment that people have gone to school boards and had difficulty with this. My children attend the Oyster River School District. I think it was, 15 years ago, a group of parents went before our school board and said, we have a problem with school start times. We'd like to create a study committee. The school board approved it, approved the local study committee. They came back with their report, and there was a meeting of the town where there were, 3 public hearings. And as a result, we changed our school start times, which we were able to do because we have our own internal bus system that manages our students, although it was still incredibly complicated to do and very specific to managing our 4 schools' buses, and then coordinating with the CTEs that had different start times for the high school students to navigate all of that. But I'm curious why you think that school boards wouldn't allow parents to create a committee within their own town to study this and make sure that it's truly local control around what's best for that individual town or school district. And we're part of a cooperative district, to be clear.
Well, thank you for that question. I have in my notes here that Oyster River is a district that moved forward on this, and Keene High has had conversations, Conval's had conversations, and I believe I'm missing one, but that's okay. There are districts that are talking about this, and it's not to say that every district in the state wouldn't move forward on that. It's that people have been met with, this is such a complex issue that we would hope the state studies it, and that's why I'm here. I'm sure there are districts throughout the state that would move forward on this issue, but given the conversations that I've had over the last year, people were excited by the prospect of a state committee that could look at this issue and study it from a state perspective, sort of bird's eye looking down.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for bringing this forward. I have a bit of a similar question as the last one that was posed. I know in Salem particularly, our school board has looked at doing this actually as a result of a student petition to look into it, and ultimately ran into an issue with busing, especially since we do have a CTE center, would make it difficult. So when I look at lines 10 and 11 of this bill, where it says legislation that would most effectively allow for changes to school start time, I read that as if the goal of the committee would be to change school start times or encourage school districts to do that. So is that your intention? And what would you say to a district like Salem School District that already tried and wasn't able to do that?
Well, I would say local control, and I would say what that line says, the committee shall study what types of legislation would most effectively allow for changes to school start times. I think that's just the charge of the committee, and it would allow for a broader spectrum of, let's see what Salem has done, what Oyster River has done, what Keene High is doing from the broader statewide perspective that we have here in the Legislative Office building, to look at and come up with a potential solution. This is a study committee, so even if there was a solution that came of the study committee, it would still have to come back to the legislature for approval. So this is just to give an official committee that can look at this from a bird's eye view and take the information learned from what Salem has gone through, what Oyster River has gone through, and the other school districts, to see if there is some kind of through line that can be found through what the different school districts throughout the state have done.
And if I may have a follow-up, you mentioned that it might take into consideration what happened in Salem or in Durham, it sounds like. Would there be an initiative to invite perhaps a member of the Salem School Board or someone else throughout the state to come and speak to the committee?
Every study committee that I've been on, and I've been on 2 or 3, maybe 4, have been very productive. And those committees, without having to be commissions that say within the legislation, these are the members outlined, one member from each school district throughout the state, have been able to bring people from each district. I'll use the example of the parole study committee that I was on 2 years ago, and I guess was approved again. We'll see what that looks like in this next legislative session. But we were able to, despite being a legislative study committee comprised of members of the House and the Senate, bring in people, and people were excited to come in and tell us about what was going on in the parole system. And people on that committee had very different ideas as to what the solution that we would come out of that committee was with. But it was just an opportunity for people to say, there's this study committee, here we can go to the LOB and share our story. And I would imagine that this would be the 4th or 5th committee that I'd get to serve on, which would be as productive and would bring people from all 89 school districts together, all people from the School Board Association and others to discuss this issue moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. Appreciate it. I want to follow up on Representative McDonald and down here as well. It's the same essence of the question, but is it your thinking then that the commission will be able to provide at the end, a summary of data and data points for these schools to take? Or is it your opinion that you think the next step is that the state is going to say, we've seen these data points, okay, and we're going to tell you to do this?
I don't think that's for me to say. I think it would be for the appointed chair of the study committee to study this issue and come up with a report at the end, as legislative study committees are commissioned to do. What the content of that report would be up to the chair. My idea would be to, as a said to Representative McDonald, come up with a comprehensive approach to look at what school districts across the state have done to come up with a potential through line to make sure that our students can wake up healthier and happier and learn in the public schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
I have read rather extensively, if not intensively, on this particular issue. And I'm aware that other states have actually initiated study commissions with respect to the issues involved relative to what's the best time for a school to start for children of particular ages. As I read the line 10, 3 duties, it appears to me is that the charge to the committee is to just study what types of legislation would most effectively allow for changes to school start times. And it presupposes, therefore, that there should be changes, or are you looking for any kind of study here? Would it be done by the state or by a special study committee, or are you seeking to empower local communities and school boards to undertake these studies prior to however they would choose to do so, if they choose to do so? I'm a little foggy on this.
Well, Representative Terry, I was afraid you were going to ask a question because I haven't read Profiles in Courage yet. But soon enough, I will read the book that you were so generous to give to me last year, and I'm looking forward to it. But to answer your question, this would be a study committee around the issue, and I would hope that at the end of it, as somebody who believes in moving forward with starting school later, that it would help in compiling data to potentially come up with a solution in a separate biennium that could be worked on from this committee and from the legislature that would address the issue. But the matter at hand with the study committee itself is just to compile that data and to look at what the potential is here for a through line in starting school later in the state of New Hampshire. And maybe, if I could, just maybe the solution that the study committee finds is that there isn't one, and that local control is the only way to move forward. But as you said, there were other states that started with a study committee and were able to, despite the complexities, find solutions. So I think this is, to me, just a step forward to see what other potentials are there.
So would you be open to language that would give greater specificity to the target to actually study the issue itself rather than just the changing times, which would be the potential outcome of recommendations of such a study? Would you be open to language that would effectively broaden this and clarify? Or do you think it's not necessary?
It's not my bill anymore, it's yours. So I would be open to whatever change the House Education Policy and Administration.
To achieve your objective.
To achieve the objective of organized, coherent study and approach to looking at where that through line could be found to start school later.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Morse.
Hi. Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Chair. I'm still learning all the terminology. It's my first term here, so. It is my understanding that by the potential later start times would also equate to a later end time in schools, which could possibly save parents money in after-school care. Thank you.
That is correct, Representative Morse. There are some benefits despite the complex negatives that are here when it comes to busing, et cetera. There are some absolute positives to this, not just the health of the students, but yeah, we could reduce childcare costs if school started later. And I would have to say, even with the busing situation, the busing company shouldn't determine what the schedule of our students in the public schools are. So whatever's best for the busing company might not be best for the students. And so I would hope we could look at that issue with the busing companies coming here, the school boards coming here, and all the people who are involved coming here and talking about just those issues. Sounds like you want to be on the committee.
Thank you. And maybe, I don't know.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's all time in this place.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's cool to say. My name is Representative Kelly Potenza. I represent Stratford District 19 in Rochester. Now I'm totally going to date myself. My previous life, I worked for a higher education marketing organization. Before that, I worked for Babson College. And then I was there for about 10 years in the space. I also did educational consulting for a long time. I have studied this issue extensively. So this subject really came hard hitting in the 90s. I graduated from high school in 1991. Representative Noble knows that as well. It's been crystal clear. Unfortunately, it's taken a very long time for all of these studies to come forward. So this is a fantastic study. I would love to be part of this. I just don't know if I have enough time, but I would, be very happy to provide all of the research that's been done for decades on this. Adolescents alone, this is, they need between the ages of 13 and 18, they should be sleeping between 8 to 10 hours per day. That's according to every single study, from American Academy of Sleep Medicine to pediatrics to psychiatry, all the gamut. And all the outcomes show. So there's like more than 500 different school districts right now in the country that have done the later start times. And I love how the Representative Wheeler ended with about we shouldn't be having an outside busing company driving the health and well-being and the academic integrity of our students. I also, at the same time that I studied this subject, I also studied trimesters. I am all for it. The learning gap in the summer is huge. I actually applied to work for a college that was doing it as trimesters, so it gave breaks all throughout, so you don't have huge learning loss where you're spending the first, month or two of the school year having to relearn everything that you forgot about over 3 months of a summer. So it was at the same time that these things happened. And it's an easy thing, really, that can happen. The studies, it's an easy thing that can happen, like through legislation, of course, to fix something that could help overall all of the students in our state. So during puberty, I wrote this down. Youth have this undergo in their internal clocks, so it actually makes them harder for them to fall asleep at night. And all of these things will be discussed. And then they can also stay awake longer before experiencing an increase in the pressure to sleep. So there's all of these things that are just happening because their bodies are changing and all of that. So I remember when my girls were in 5th and 6th grade, in that bus, they had to be out there. One of them had to be out there because it was 2 different buses, 6:20 in the morning, and I just couldn't stand that. So of course, I brought them to school just because of that, and I wanted them to sleep in later. But I think there's so many benefits, even with childcare and all those types of things. So I highly encourage you guys, and I think it's a great point that you made, Representative Terry. It's your bill now. I think you can expand that line 10 to be more inclusive. So it's just not focused on legislation. But if I have the time, Representative Wheeler, I'll join this or provide as much information as I can. This was my wheelhouse, so back in the day.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. L. Zimmer.
Can the three of them come up together?
Sure.
Is it okay if I go first? Because we kind of planned it.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm a little shorter than everybody else. Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a 6th grader. why we shouldn't have to wake up early to go to school. I woke up at 6 in the morning last year. Some of my friends had to wake up at 4 because of the bus schedule. Waking up that early is not healthy for developing kids. We're supposed to get 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and I know that most of my friends are getting a lot less than that. Since school starts early and kids do not usually wake up early, that means that kids run late. I know from experience that there is so much happening all at once, and it's really chaotic. When everything is so crazy and you're so stressed out, it's really easy to forget things like instruments or homework. It's also not safe to go to the bus stop in the dark. One of my peers was walking to the bus stop in the dark, and he saw a dog-like animal. He assumed it was one of his neighbor's dogs. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't. It was a coyote. Getting up so early that it's dark means that there are wild animals around. Last year I went to a public school, and this year I'm going to a private school. I did that because waking up so early took a mental toll on me. I woke up feeling exhausted, stressed, irritable, and sad. It affected my entire day. This year I wake up feeling refreshed, much better, and I'm on time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elle. I go to public school every day, and me and others have to wake up at 6 and earlier every single day to go to school, making them tired and unfocused. Some even sick, making them miss even more school than they do when they're late. Also, the time we go to get to the bus or walk or drive is so early that it's still dark outside, making it hard to see, creating many problems, such as like cars on like busy intersections, ice, and animals. Another problem with waking up early is that it makes people sleep in and forget stuff they would normally know, like setting alarms, making parents late to jobs because they have to drive their kids. Let me just get over here. This also affects the teachers because they have to wake up earlier than the students to go to school to teach them. Let me think. Where's my spot? Yeah, that's the end. Yeah, that's right.
I like this better.
Hi, I'm Sierra, and I'm a 6th grader at South Meadow School. Kids at my school usually get about 5 to 6 hours when they should get 8 to 10. And if I don't get enough sleep, I don't feel good and end up missing more school days. It's also harder to focus without much sleep. Teachers could also benefit from getting up later because they have to get up even earlier than students. Kids don't have time to eat breakfast in the morning if they get up super early and have to rush to the bus. Sometimes kids put their heads down on desks because they don't have enough sleep, and then they get yelled at by teachers and sometimes even sent to the principal's office. Also, because it's so dark, most kids have to go to the bus in the dark, and it's so much colder at night without the sun in the winter. I've been feeling sick, like stomach aches, headaches, drowsiness, etc. ever since I started waking up early because school starts so early.
Thank you very much. Would you girls like to take any questions? I don't know if anybody has them.
Sure, I'm not sure if we'll be able to answer them, but sure.
Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your very impressive testimony. Really appreciate you being here today and sharing your personal experiences. I'm a minister, and one of my favorite Bible verses is, "Don't let the world squeeze you into its mold." It sounds to me like what I'm hearing from you is that you guys are being squeezed into adults' mold, and it's not working out very well for you by your opinion and your experiences. If that's the case, what time do you think would be a good time for school to start? so that you would be better off and the teachers too. Do you have opinions?
Well, the new school that I'm going to now, which is a private school, we have to like get there from 8 to 9, and it really actually starts at 9. So just yeah, and it works a lot better. You guys have any other?
I think that's a pretty good time. Yeah, like about 9.
Can I just ask what town you girls are from?
Peterborough.
Peterborough.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. So I want to thank you, first of all, for your thoughtful testimony, also for remembering that teachers have to get up even earlier to be there to prepare for you. As a former teacher in a school district that started at 7 a.m., I had to wake up at 5 to be on time myself, so I can relate to that. My question, and it may not be as relevant because I think you're all in middle school still at this stage, is whether or not any of you participate in after-school sports and had the impact of that, scheduling the timing around that with your schools at all.
She does. I do too. Yeah.
It's okay.
I don't really know the answer.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming here today to speak to us. It's been awesome. My question is for the one in the middle. You said school starts at 9 a.m. What time does it end?
We leave. Pickup is at 3:30, so I get back at 4.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Thank you so much for getting up here to speak today. You are all phenomenal, each and every one of you. So thank you. My question is, when we're looking at this, probably we're going to have to share the school bus, grades kindergarten through 12th grader, maybe 10th, right? I don't want to exaggerate. Maybe you get your license when you're 16 and you can drive. How do you feel about that? Do you think it's okay? Are you okay with having the big kids and the really little kids on the bus, or the crazy middle schoolers? What do you think about that?
I think that if people can be civilized, unlike some people that I know, I think that it would work out. And I think something that's helpful is having the younger kids sit in the front, which is like what we did in elementary school. The 4th graders would sit in the back. And I think if the high schoolers were to sit in the back, there would still be some separation. But I think it would be okay.
Personally, I think it would be pretty good because on my bus, we have our grade and like all the middle schoolers and the high schoolers, and they don't really normally cause any problems. So I would say it's pretty good like that. If there were like clear separations between like elementary school and middle school and high school, I think it'd be fine.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Kiera, Elle, and Sierra. That was really good testimony, and it's always nice to see you come. We don't often hear the student perspective, but probably in this committee more than others. My question pertains to your homework after school. If school ends a little bit later, would you still feel like you have enough time to complete your homework before going to bed?
I mean, me and Elle, we don't have like that much homework, so I think we'd be fine.
Sounds pretty lucky.
I go to a private school, so we have a lot of homework, and like a lot. Like we have to do a journal entry, we have to memorize this thing and say it in front of the entire school. Do math. We have like art homework, but all of my classmates get all of it done from the time that we get home and the time that we have. So, and I think that we do it fine. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, girls. Very big help.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but Naomi Tucker?
I'd like to start with gratitude that we're not starting at 7 a.m. Thank you for that. So I'm the parent of a sixth grader, Kiara, and I'm also a psychotherapist and a community member. And in all of these roles, is this close enough? Okay. In all of these roles, I see the impact of early school start times. We haven't heard too much about the research except that it exists, but it is more and better quality sleep, better mental and physical health, improved academic outcomes, reduced risk of car accidents and injuries, improved athletic performance, fewer late arrivals and absences. So we know that human beings' biological clocks naturally lengthen each day. It makes it hard to go to sleep earlier. The average human's natural day length is 24.2 hours. Humans volunteered to spend months in the dark to increase our understanding of biorhythms, and the outcome was that humans' days naturally got longer and longer. If you've ever traveled east and experienced jet lag, you know that that is much harder to shorten your day and go to bed earlier. It's much easier to travel west and stay up later. The situation is only more extreme for our youth. Right when middle schoolers and high schoolers' bodies are changing due to hormones, their circadian rhythms shift so that it's even harder for them to go to sleep earlier. So right then, we're suddenly asking them to wake up earlier, go against their biology. There's a reason that sleep deprivation is a torture tactic. It is torturous. And it impacts everything when we don't get enough sleep. So listen, change can be hard, and we humans often fear it, maybe even more than I fear public speaking. Notice my shaking hands. But once we adjust to change, it can really be a relief. And I'm talking about relief for the high schooler working at CVS who told me that she only gets 4 hours of sleep a night by the time she finishes work and finishes her homework and is able to wind down and go to sleep. And I'm talking about relief for the students I know who have trouble winding down and falling asleep, even if they don't have jobs. And then they fall asleep on the bus and in class. And I'm talking about relief for a kid who I know who showered and got dressed at night to be ready for the early start in the morning, already in their clothes when they wake up. But they go in the morning to get their socks out, accidentally pull out their underwear, don't even realize what's happening until they look down, they put underwear on over their clothes. This is how tired these kids are. I'm almost done. I also know really personally the relief that I'm talking about. After a really rough transition to middle school with daily bedtime and wake-up struggles that really impacted the well-being of my kid, we moved to a school with a later start time, and the decrease in stress and conflict is unimaginable. The improved sleep, the return of curiosity, excitement, and enthusiasm, hearing my kid singing again spontaneously, this is a game changer. This lets our kids be kids, and I want it for all of the kids of our state. So let's follow the research to relief. I urge you to approve this bill, this study, so that we can prioritize the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of the youth of our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? Representative Nato.
Yes, thank you for coming out here and testifying for the youth. And it's all about health and education. Education is huge. Is there any national studies that you have looked into to kind of go by?
Yes, there are so many studies about it being better for children. And so my understanding is that this bill is to help figure out what would be best for the students in this state and how could we make things happen here that are effective for everyone. Yeah.
Thank
Did
you.
that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
Me too. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Newell.
you, Madam Chair. My name is Jody Newell, and I represent Cheshire 4 and Keene. I actually think that most of what I wanted to say has already been covered, but I will address one aspect that I was going to actually as a mom, because it would answer Representative Selig's question. My oldest, he's 17 now, and he is a helper for the Unified Basketball team at his school. And also he plays baseball when it's in season. Sometimes he doesn't get back until 9:30 or 10 o'clock when it's an away game. And I can't imagine him having to get up at 6 o'clock the next morning and go to school. Fortunately, what Keene did was we put out a survey to all of the parents. This was, I think, kind of as we were recovering from COVID, and everybody's getting back into the swing of things. And they said, you know, when do you think we should make school start times later? We all voted, or I voted, I don't know, a majority of us voted. And we all said that, yes, we would like for it to be later. So we were able to do that in Keene. What I see about this is the fact that, you know, in some places it's not possible for one reason or another. There are potentially barriers in the way. We've talked about busing and things like that. And I think that it deserves a statewide conversation so that we can decide what we think would be the best guidelines to go by, and figure out how we can do that, how we can come together possibly to do that and make it work for our children in their health and mental health, which has been addressed. So I won't waste your time. That's basically what I wanted to chip in.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm curious where Keene, like Oyster River, has pushed their start time later, whether you've had a discussion in your community, which has proven to be a challenge in our community, where we have parents who are now struggling for before school care with the younger children with start times because they need to be at work before the school buses get to the elementary routes. And so whether that's been an issue in your district. I know there's so many different nuances, which is why I think about this as a local issue, but I'm just curious whether that's shown up in Keene as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that I have not heard from anyone about that, and that's not to say that it isn't a concern, but starting at 8:30 with the normal kind of business hours, it does provide for people to be able to get to work by 9 at least if they're local. But it might be an issue for some, but I have not heard that from anyone.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Angela, and I can't quite read the last name. Okay. Did you get that one right?
Good afternoon. I'm a parent of 3 school-age kids, one of whom is Sierra, and I have 2 other kids, another middle schooler, and then one in elementary school. And as you heard, the middle school starts at 7:15 a.m. And I wanted to just address a couple of the points and questions that came up earlier, because I'm one of the parents who's also active within our local school district of seeing whether we can make a change locally. So busing certainly is a challenge. I think both in local districts, and I don't know statewide as well, there may be policies around how busing has to happen that could shift. And I think within our district, we did a whole effort on potentially consolidating schools, and then our superintendent left. And so we've had a hard time sort of gaining momentum on this issue, even though, there are kids, like you just saw these 3 kids that it's making their ability to focus in school, to be successful students worse, each day. So continuing to kick the can on the road is hard. Another hat that I wear is I'm the South Meadow School track coach. And so I've seen firsthand that it can be really challenging when some schools end at 4 and some end at 2:15. So we've had track meets that don't start till 4:30, and my kids are like sitting around saying, "Oh, when is this track meet going to start?" And we're waiting for other schools to get out. I also know for school districts that end later, there's been cases where the basketball team leaves at 2 and the kids miss 2 periods of school. So I don't think it's great when you have school districts, some do it, some don't. It creates some challenges with that. So my inclination is for us to study it as a state and potentially provide statewide conversation and momentum toward it just being a cultural shift, that the day is shifted for our students. But a couple of pieces that I had written down that I wanted to talk to. One is just the personal experience. You know, you heard from Sierra and some of her friends. And as a parent, it's really hard having these discussions at 6:30 in the morning about, is the stomach ache because you didn't get enough sleep? And what's your first class? And do we let you go in late or do we not? And because as you know, when you don't sleep enough, you may know as an adult, you get a stomach ache, you get a headache, it's hard to focus. And so it's hard for parents too, trying to discern with our kids when to push and when not. Also, as we know, middle school, high school, being a teenager is not an easy phase of life. There's a lot of complex social dynamics. And so if you show up and you're exhausted, it's harder to navigate that. One of my kids had math as their first block and was having a much harder time focusing. They were half asleep during math class. And I thought, oh my gosh, you got to be learning math. This is really important. And so as a parent, I really want my kid when they're at school to have the ability to really focus. My other middle schooler he's pretty good at powering through just his personality, but he gets pretty grumpy. And often in the morning, he's grumpy. And he also gets these extensive headaches that, you know, I think that if he was able to be well rested every day, that wouldn't be happening for him. And he's really clear. He had a basketball game this afternoon, so couldn't come. But he really feels like for both himself and for his other classmates, they would be much more in a position to thrive if they were showing up well rested. So I really feel like our public schools would be better, and many students across the state would do better academically and socially with this very simple step of moving the start time back, and this legislation can help us find the best ways to do that. Second, I just very briefly want to talk about from the athletic perspective. As I said, I'm a track coach, and then I also have coached many different rec sports in our community. And we push kids in sports. We push them to run these hard repeats. We push them to do all this strength work and complicated jumping drills. And when kids get enough sleep, they can do that much better. There's a bunch of different studies around sleep. A 2011 Stanford study found that college basketball players shot more accurately and ran faster after they got more sleep. Professional sports teams often track athletes' sleep, and it influences the scheduling of the games and meets. And there was a study of 160 student athletes at a middle high school in California, and sleep deprivation was the biggest cause behind athletic injuries. So students who slept less than 8 hours on average were 1.7 times more likely to suffer an injury than those who averaged 8 or more hours. And so there's also an athletic perspective for another reason behind encouraging us to let kids sleep more. So I just feel like the studies are really clear, and many students and parents would really benefit, teachers too. And I think if we really want our kids in our state to thrive, I think it's a really reasonable step forward that we could be taking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It seems like a lot of the input that we're getting is from Peterborough, and I wasn't clear on what you said. And has Peterborough been working on this issue, or?
That's a good question. Yeah, and I think some of us parents worked on it locally, and then we knew Rep. Jonah Wheeler and talked to him. And we also have started connecting with a national group called, I think it's called Starts. I have to get back to the national group, but there's different entities across the country that are working both locally in school districts and on statewide legislation. And we had heard that there's several states that have passed laws. You know, some are very simple, saying middle school or high school can't start before 8 o'clock or 8:30, and then others are, my impression, more sort of carrot type legislation, or they may relate to busing or different changes that are sort of around the edges of it. But yes, we're from Peterborough, and before my kids were really sort of in the mix with school, there was an effort, I think like 2017, 2018 or so, that there was a whole effort, and then it was put on as a ballot initiative to families that was a busing. Will you pay the certain amount for busing? But my understanding is there wasn't as much work done around really education and engagement. It was just like, do you want to pay a whole bunch of money? yes or no, and it ended up failing. And then myself and several other parents in the last 2 years, I'd say, sort of re-brought the issue up. Our previous superintendent was very open to the conversations. We went to some of the school board meetings, and our administration was very clear that it was the right thing to do for students, but the Convale School District was looking at consolidation, and that really needed to be the focus initially, figuring out if we were going to close some of our elementary schools. And then our superintendent left, and so we just lost a little bit of steam. And my perspective as a parent is that, you know, we'll try on all levels. We'll try with our school district. We'll try at the state. But related to some of my earlier points about athletics, I think it's actually a challenge if you have some school districts go and other school districts not go. And I also feel like if it's better for all the students, let's have all the students get the benefit, not just some students get the benefit, but not others.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Barrett Christina. Barrett, I have one request. Just for the benefit of the new people here, you spend a lot of time with us, so could you give a very brief overview of the New Hampshire School Boards Association?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairwoman Noble and Chairman Cordelli, and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Barrett Christina. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. It's nice to see some familiar faces again. And to the newly elected people, congratulations on being assigned to the absolutely the best committee in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. There's not a lot of work in this committee. It's calm, not a lot of emotions. It's going to be a real breeze for you. But thank you for that, for allowing me to introduce myself, Representative. The New Hampshire School Boards Association is a private nonprofit organization that provides a number of services to school boards. Primarily, we provide training to school boards. We do about 20 or 25 webinars each year. And between my staff attorney and I, we go out on site to probably anywhere between 50 and 80 school board meetings every year and provide a variety of trainings on roles and responsibilities, the right to know law, collective bargaining, effective meetings, good relations between the superintendent and the school board. We have a staff attorney, as I mentioned. He spends most of his time answering legal questions from school board members and superintendents on anything that can happen in a particular school district on any given day. Today, we had questions on an individual was requesting that an agenda item an individual from the public was requesting that an agenda item be placed on the agenda for the next meeting. And the next email I got was a complicated issue relative to health insurance and early incentive retirement buyouts from an employee. So, and everything in between. So legal training, policy work. I don't know, those that we know have a handful of members that serve time on their local school board. The new individuals, if you were on your local school board, I'm not aware, but we certainly appreciate you for your service if you ever did. School boards are governed by policies and policy manuals. There are about 75 policies that are required by law. The School Boards Association maintains a sample policy manual, probably about 400 or 500 sample policies that we keep on file. We categorize them anywhere from required by law, recommended, and optional. Many of the optional policies we just keep on file, and it's not, we don't distribute it out per se, but rather we keep it on file. So if a school board asks if we have a policy on topic X, we have one on file ready to go. We also have a director of governmental relations, Becky Wilson. Becky is the educator on staff. She's a former special education director, worked in building level administration for about 20 years before she came to NHSBA about 5 years ago. So Becky has the background, experience, and expertise to talk about sort of operationalizing those school district policies, if you will, and is really sort of our voice for what it means to be in the building with students, with parents, with staff members, and what can happen. Talking about start times, I'll just say bell to bell. bill, if you will. Myself, I've been with the School Boards Association for about 20 years. I started out as staff attorney for them in 2005. In 2017, my predecessor retired, and I was named executive director. So I spend my day mostly doing what my office manager tells me I need to do, because she runs the office, to be quite honest with you. But at times I do a little bit of everything. I still do a little bit of the training. I do a little bit of the legislative advocacy, and I do a little bit of the legal work. I don't do the policy work anymore because it was a lot of tedious work, and I'm glad to be able to pass that off. So if you have any questions, certain members of the committee know how to get in touch with me. Our website, our emails, and phone numbers are on the website. And as I said, you'll see me from time to time. You'll see Becky Wilson more often than you'll see myself. And we look forward to working with you. If there's ever anything NHSBA can do to assist you, whether it's relative to your work in this room or relative to questions that you may have with your own local school board or your own local superintendent. Over the years, I've heard from members of the committee that they're calling me not on a legislative issue, but they're just saying, hey, this was going on in our school district. You got a way I can sort of work this out, or how do you handle this? So we're here to be a resource, not just for our local school boards, but for this committee and other committees in the legislature as well, too. As you'll find out, for example, with House Bill 184, I'm not taking a position on the bill. We do that from time to time. We don't take positions on bills, but rather we come here. And for example, if you have a special education bill, Ms. Wilson from our office, former special education director, we may not take a position on the bill, but she can sit here and talk to you for 2 or 3 hours about special education. I just use that as one example, as I see some chuckles around the room. So thank you for the time, Representative, Madam Chair, to let me sort of fill in the gaps on that. So jumping to our testimony on House Bill 185, again, the School Boards Association is not taking a position on this bill. I think everything about NHSBA's comments have already been spoken, both by Representative Wheeler, by some of the other representatives that spoke, and some of the other, maybe the parents that spoke as well, too. And certainly I'd be remiss without recognizing and thanking the 3 young women who came and testified. It's always great when we have students in this room, isn't it? So there are challenges with school start times, and the testimony, I think, elicited that. What I think is most important to take away from, though, is that we heard that this was addressed in the Oyster River School District. We heard it was addressed in the Salem School District, and somebody mentioned, I believe, Keene, if I'm not mistaken. But all 3 of those were done locally, right? The local communities had that conversation about what was best for their community and their parents and their students. Some of the challenges with sort of so to the study committee itself, NHSBA would have no objection if the legislature wants to create a committee and bring in school administrators, bring in pediatricians or parents that have studied this, and school board members and the transportation companies. NHSBA is happy to be a part of that conversation and assist with whatever we can relative to what may come out of that committee. Our concern was, and I think Representative Cherry, you had mentioned line 10, the committee shall study what types of legislation would most effectively allow changes to school start time, sort of presupposing the answer, if you will. As you've heard me say, the returning members of the committee have heard me say from time to time, local challenges tend to have local solutions. NHSBA usually advocates for local control, and we would oppose, any recommendation from a committee that would, recommend sort of a statewide start time or statewide legislation to address this. I know that's sort of putting the cart before the horse, if you will, relative to this bill that's just looking to create the committee. But I think a lot of the challenges with getting some of these start times perhaps later, so kids can sleep in a little bit more, have been addressed. We have collective bargaining agreements statewide that indicate start and stop times, if you will. Transportation has been addressed. The needs of local parents, obviously. Staff scheduling intra-district. You have a lot of teachers who are parents as well too, and they may teach in a different district with where they live. So if they need to be in a building at 7:30 or quarter of 8, for their job, how does that impact their ability to get their child to school at 8 or 8:30? If the towns are on, or the school districts are on different start times, CTE schedules, I believe somebody may have mentioned. So we know sort of what the challenges are. If this study committee can help bring people together to identify some solutions to some of those challenges, NHSBA is fully in support of that. So again, we're not taking a position. The speakers before me identified all the issues, but I just wanted to address them as well too. And again, thank you for the time, Madam Chair, for the introduction to the committee. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Barrett.
Thank you.
I guess that concludes our hearing. And I don't have a gavel, so I use my fingers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vice President. My Vice Chair, I guess. And I wanted to thank everyone who came to testify today, reps and young ladies as well, certainly the young ladies. I want to thank the committee for a very productive day. I think we're off to a good start, and the schedule is out for next week. As I said, it'll be Wednesday and Thursday, we'll see following weeks. So we're starting to work on scheduling for the week after. So we'll try and get schedules out to everybody for planning purposes as soon as possible. But thank you again, and we. Beg pardon?
I think Karen is here with copies of bills.
Oh, okay. Yes. We have some bills. Great. So it has been a successful day. Thank you again to everybody, and yep.
Karen Davis is also the one that moved all of our stuff from this, from the drawers over here to the drawers over there and set everything up. So thank you, Karen.
Yes. Without committee services, we would be hard pressed to get our work done. I have those. Yeah.